Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a police board meeting for Thursday, June 25th. And I thank you for all attending. Sorry, I pulled my agenda here. Where's my agenda? Thank you. Okay, declarations of conflict or pecuniary interest in any of the items. I see none. Minutes of the previous meeting. Do I have a mover? Member Barrick, seconder, Member Bonham. All those in favor, any questions? Carried. Reports from the board chairperson. Okay, first off, I'd like to start off with something very pleasant. Chief McGuire has been appointed to the president of the OACP, the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, and the board would like to formally congratulate Chief McGuire on his recent appointment as president of this. The board is honored to have Chief McGuire in the forefront of an organization consisting of exceptional police leaders and tremendous frontline and civilian personnel who are committed to police-related issues both provincially and nationally. In addition, the board recognizes the added value of Chief McGuire's duties as president of the OACP, and we get some perks on it, I guess, or something, do we, Chief? And the positive impact it brings to his police service and to the Niagara region. Do you want to comment now, or do you want to wait till your presentation?
I can comment later if you wish.
Okay, please. Then Police Services Board committee meetings, public sessions. I'm proud to say the board is pleased to announce that in efforts to continue to enhance transparency and accountability, it will now be holding its committee meetings in the public session. Forever, I guess, the committee meetings were in private, and compliments to Councillor Petrowski for bringing this up. And this is a new concept for the board, as it has always held its committee meetings in closed sessions with the practices of items being reported back publicly on the board's monthly public agendas. The board holds its committee meetings on the second Thursday of each month. Starting July 9th, members of the public are welcome to attend the board's licensing committee, accommodation steering committee, information technology committee meeting, and or its business plan committee meetings. Agendas will be posted on the board's website in the same manner as its monthly public board meetings every Tuesday before the committee meeting. Not to say that some items might go in camera, in private at these meetings, but we will attempt to make as many public according to the law as we can. Next, the CAPG training information webinars. On May 26th, Member Ganzel participated in a webinar training session hosted by the Canadian Association of Police Governance on cybersecurity. In addition to the training webinar on June 24th, Member Stewart participated in a webinar information session on risk management. First of all, Member Ganzel, do you have any comments that you'd like to say on that, or no?
Other than it was well put together.
Okay, and for the benefit of the, just hit the button if you're going to. Sorry.
It was well presented and worthwhile.
And Member Stewart, if you have any comments?
Yes, the seminar on risk management was very well done, and the slides from that presentation are going to be sent to the board and perhaps be distributed to other members who may want to at least look at the gist of what the presentation was about. So it was worth the look at it for sure.
Thank you very much. Next, the OAPSB 2015 Spring Conference and AGM. The Ontario Association of Police Services Board hosted its 2015 Spring Conference and Annual General Meeting at the Toronto Marriott Downtown Eaton Centre Hotel from May 27th to May 30th. The conference theme was Good Policing Through Good Governance, and the program featured a variety of special guest speakers, learning sessions, board training, and networking opportunities. Vice Chair Petrowski, members Ganzel, Marshall Stewart, the board's executive director, and I attended the conference. Next, the NRPS Annual Awards Ceremony. On May 31st, the Police Services Board, the Niagara Regional Police Service, and the Senior Officers Association hosted the annual award ceremony at White Oaks Resort in Niagara-on-the-Lake. The event recognizes outstanding service members and fellow citizens who have demonstrated excellence or made invaluable contributions to the Niagara community, along with service retirees and long-standing employees for their commitments to the service. Members Marshall, Stewart, the board's executive director, and I attended the event on behalf of the board, and thank you, Chief, for inviting us to such a pleasant event. Next, Canada's Motorcycle Ride for Dad campaign. On June 4th, the service hosted a barbecue fundraiser and a media launch for the Motorcycle Ride for Dad campaign here at Police Headquarters. Members Ganzel and Stewart attended the event on behalf of the board. The official motorcycle ride took place on June 20th and was led by Chief McGuire. Member Ganzel also participated in that event, which was held to support research efforts for prostate cancer. I defer to you, Member Ganzel. Do you want to expand on this a bit?
Yes, thank you.
It was actually a very good day. It was our fifth ride here in Niagara for a Ride for Dad and the 15th across Canada. We raised over $25,000 for prostate cancer, and there was 164 motorcycles out on this event, and the trip was approximately 200 kilometers. Started in Niagara Lake and concluded at Club Italia in Niagara Falls, and I think it was well received. The rain held off, and I'll just put out, if you're a male, get tested for prostate cancer.
I have and I get it. Thank you very much. Next, the licensing public consultation session. The board will be holding a public consultation session for the taxi, tow truck, and vehicles for hire industry with separate sessions for both the owners and the drivers. The public consultation will take place on Monday, June 29th, this coming Monday, beginning at 8:30 a.m. in the Niagara Police Services Boardroom, which is right here. This forum will allow the industry to provide different perspectives into the various issues that should be considered by the board to ensure the public needs and vehicle for hire service requirements are balanced. The board has invited all licensees, businesses, the public, and local area council members to share their views as part of the consultation process. This feedback will assist the board in its bylaw review and allow for further input into the annual public meeting, which will be held in the fall of 2015. Now, no one has a reason for complaining if they don't show up, because we've announced this so many times all around. Member Petrowski, the vice chair, is chair of that organization. If you can't make it, send him an email, send me an email, send a board member an email, whatever on your concerns, but please be here if you can, and we invite anyone for that. Next, the NRPS RMON Joint Facilities Steering Committee meeting. On June 23rd, Member Ganzel attended the NRPS RMON Joint Facilities Steering Committee meeting. Member Ganzel will continue to represent the board at these monthly meetings on an ongoing basis. The next meeting is scheduled for July 28th. Is it appropriate to comment on that now, or do you want to wait till later?
Confidential, please.
Okay, very good. Thank you. The next, Kristen French Child Advocacy Center Annual General Meeting. On June 24th, members Ganzel and Stewart attended the Kristen French Child Advocacy Center Niagara's Annual General Meeting at the Center in St. Catharines. Either of you wish to comment on that? Or? Okay. Next, the tour of the new NRPS Headquarters No. 2 District Police Facility. On July 24th, members will be provided with a tour of the new police headquarters 2 District Facility located at 5700 Valley in Niagara Falls. The tour is scheduled from 9:30 a.m. to noon, and further details will be provided closer to the date. Upcoming PSB meetings. Next Police Service Board Committee meeting is Thursday, July 9th at 8:30 in the morning, and the next board meeting is Thursday, July 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. And next, I have a comment I have to make. Chief, is Superintendent McLean here? I don't see him. Okay. Okay. This is going to be fairly lengthy, but I'd like to start off these comments I'm making I'm about to make by apologizing to Superintendent McLean. I was informed by the chief the other day that he took personal offense to the comment I made a few weeks back regarding an article in the press about my quote that I am not, quote, not pleased regarding a police officer's tribunal and the verdict. Superintendent McLean, I hoped he was here, but if you can pass along, Chief, I say he's a good senior officer, and at no time did I intend to discredit him in any way by my comment. I am told your hands are tied up, and I meant to talk to Mr. Superintendent McLean if he was here. I'm told your hands are tied with the verdicts you or other officers on the force must give. I'm surprised you felt this way, but I apologize. It did not mean that comment personally. However, and I've got a big however, I'm going to explain a few things here. I'm allowed to give my opinions, and I said on this case, in fairness to the board, as I never want them to think I'm circumventing them, as I had no discussion with them. I've checked with our lawyer on this and many other things, and I have his blessing, okay, thumbs up, whatever you want to say to it. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised by all the people who think they are knowledgeable on what I can say or can't say, what I can do or can't do, and then report it to the press by way of phone calls at the gym or whatever, and some people in the press who think they know everything still print it. I don't do or say too much here without legal guidance. As I know, there are a lot of people out there who would like to see myself and some on this board crumble as we represent change for the better, and we have a lot of support. Back to the article. As a matter of fact, if you read the article, it says, quote, I'm not pleased with what I've read. And I wasn't, and I'm not now, and probably never will be pleased with what I read. For everyone to read into my comment that I was not pleased with the discipline handed out tells me that you and all the communities get what I said. Just I was the only one who had the ability to say it. I recognize that the association president stated that I'm not allowed to give my own opinion because as an association president, he gets it, and I think he did a great spin on it. He attacked me on the fact that I cannot give my opinion, not that I said what I said was wrong. I believe he was very displeased with the police that have done wrong as well. I think he did a masterful job on doing a spin on what I said, and the paper sucked it up. But I can tell you the community did not, nor did they accept his article on a later date. He just fanned the flames, and I had calls from police officers saying the same. I go to the community. Peter Asinga I think he's from the OCPC, is he not? Peter Asinga? From the ministry, who did our orientation, said we represent the community, not the police, not regional council, but the community. So we better demand value for money and that we have good cops. When we were oriented, and all along we have been told what we can't do, not too much what we can, mostly what we can't do. The community has a lost control of police forces in Ontario. In the matters of discipline, whomever sets the bar on punishment has a major disconnect, and the community and society in general, with the community and society in general. Only in government would things like this be allowed, and I know that I made that comment that good cops, retired and present, called me and said that these bad ones are a stain on us, and what I said was right, but I should fight for change. As far as my opinion, I was elected for various reasons, and I believe I have proven that I am honest and will fight for what is right. I will still give my own opinions. I have not conversed with members of the board, if I have not conversed with members of the board, and I will let people know when it happens. I'm not being shut down. I'm not being shut down as a community. Who we represent will always be my judge on this. And I know I will make mistakes but with this comment. But with this comment, I was bang on. I know Chief McGuire is making a presentation on discipline and carding later, and we do have questions. Maybe what I am saying now may start someone in Ontario to wake up and allow the force, when appropriate, to hand out disciplines that are needed, be it termination of employment or whatever, as the community is not happy. Chief, I defer to your comments now, or your presentation.
Thank you. I just on those comments, I think it's important that I say that we will talk about the discipline process in general, and we are guided by the Police Services Act, which is provincial mandated law that we are obligated to follow. And there's a very, very, very small scintilla percentage of any officers in the NRPS, as well as policing across Ontario, but specifically we'll speak to here, who ever cross or ever enter into the discipline process during the time of their careers. And I would say that the vast majority of those officers that enter into the discipline process do so as good officers who have made minor mistakes, small mistakes. There are some exceptional cases which draw attention, but at the end of the day, our officers, as we'll discuss further, are guided by the provincial law. There is discipline in Section 5 of the Police Services Act, which strictly dictates the manner in which the discipline process functions, and we follow that. So I'll leave my other comments in relation to that until we discuss discipline further.
Do you have any other reports, Chief? Yes.
I have a fair bit. Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to have a couple of introductions I'd like to make. Mr. Gary Holden, is at the back. Gary, if you could just stand up for me. Gary is our new records manager that we recently hired, and Gary has an incredible length of experience, professional with 30 years in policing. He comes to Niagara from the Brantford Police Service. The Brantford Police will tell you that we stole him, and I'm okay with that. He previously worked at the Hamilton Police Service for 28 years prior to his 2 or 3 years with Brantford. He's had many diverse positions and for the last 19 years he's been a supervisor in management role in records reception and courts. He's worked throughout the province, is very active in the OACP, co-authored a number of the learned best practices documents that the ministry has adopted and moved into changes for records checks and background checks, as well as many other things, and we're certainly glad to have him here as part of our service. Thank you, Gary. And also Sergeant Rob LaPlante. Rob is the new executive officer for Deputy Chief McCullough because of some promotions and transfers. So we welcome Rob. You'll be seeing more Rob here, and he helps keep the deputy's offices moving as well. For the general comments, first of all, homicides period from January 1st to May 31st, 2015, there have been 2 homicides. in the region. There will be another reported for the month of June. We have on June 19th, Giuseppe Caputo was found deceased in a residence on Portage Road in Niagara Falls. 2 suspects have been identified, and we have warrants in the first issued for them on a charge of first-degree murder, and that's Jasmine and Richard Doxtater, cousins. They're wanted for first-degree murder. 2 District and Major Crime Unit are continuing to work on that particular case. In the past, we talked about presentations that were being made on the 5 core policing issues in the PSA. We're bypassing this month. Next month, Inspector George Bench will be making a presentation combining 2 of them together because it was easier to do them together, so we'll get back to that next month. Robberies, there have been 13 robberies in the region, 5 of which have been cleared over the past month. The other 8 are still under investigation. There was 1 traffic fatality in the month of May. Our fatal collisions at this time, year to date. In 2015, there have been 5 collisions with 5 deceased. As we've talked in the past, though, 3 of those are reportable under the MTO guidelines. 2 of them are not, which indicates that they were actually, the cause of death was a medical episode prior to the collision. So although they still get reported in our stats, they don't really fit into the issue of driving. We'll tell you about May 14th, a fatal collision on Rural Route 65 near Port Davidson Road in West Lincoln. In 8th District, there's a failed to remain and cause death, and criminal negligence caused death on that date at 9:30 p.m. On the road, also known as Silver Street near Port Davidson, 55-year-old male resident of Font Hill was driving his vehicle eastbound on Silver Street. A John Deere farm tractor was traveling westbound, pulling farm equipment. A portion of the farm equipment actually entered into the vehicle and killed the driver. The 25-year-old Benjamin Clunder of Hamilton, Ontario, was operating the vehicle, or the tractor. He failed to remain at the scene and was arrested later and charged with those offenses. On May 7th, we had a life-threatening collision which occurred at the Niagara Health System Hospital in St. Catharines. An 87-year-old female driver was attempting to park her vehicle in a parking lot, lost control, mounted the curb, and struck a 34-year-old person who was seated on a bench near the main driveway of the hospital. Numerous bystanders came to the aid and actually lifted the vehicle off of the pedestrian. She was obviously immediately taken into the hospital, where she remains in critical condition. We reported a collision in April 20th on Bunting Road and Welland Avenue, and that involved the 45-year-old male driving a vehicle on Bunting Road stopped at an intersection waiting to make a left turn. Lights changed, proceeded, and was struck by another vehicle. The driver of that vehicle has since passed away on the 6th of May, so that becomes a fatality statistic. Some of the newsworthy items between May 20th and June 22nd, NRPS conducted their annual summer ATV and off-road vehicle safety initiative in the Welland and Pelham area. This is a result of numerous noise complaints and property damage from residents in the targeted area. 12 provincial offenses notices were issued for a variety of offenses, including trespass and violations of the Off-Road Vehicles Act. On May 26th, NRPS held a mock collision exercise in front of South Lincoln High School in Smithville, highlighting the perils of impaired and distracted driving. It was very well designed and well attended, and had some significant impact, and we received good reports back from the Board of Education in relation to that. Month of May, PABIS unit conducted investigations of a mobile drug dealer in the city of St. Catharines. As a result, on May 25th, 3 males were arrested and charged with drug-related offenses. They seized a quantity of prepackaged crack cocaine, digital scales, cell phones, and $14,000 in currency. On Friday, May 22nd, May 23rd, members of the Special Enforcement Unit on a motorcycle patrol conducted Highway Traffic Act enforcement and continuing in our goal of traffic safety, and issued a total of 75 provincial offenses notices for including speeding, distracted driving, and stop signs. And in addition, these motor officers arrested 2 drivers in separate instances, one for drive disqualified and one for driving under suspension. On June 8th, 2015, the NRPS, in conjunction with our program, with the Pro Action Cops and Kids program, took 10 high school kids on a trip to the Rogers Center, a Blue Jays game, in a private suite, all of which was financed by the Pro Action Cops and Kids program. As a result, the resource officers and these children were able to continue with developing experiences and bonds with the children, and That's another success of the Pro Action program. On June 10th, the Pro Action Cops and Kids program also wrapped up an 8-week yoga program where students from the DSBN Academy joined Constable Rebecca Gordon for another team-building and healthy, fun opportunity. On June 10th, 60 members of the NRPS and local law enforcement took part in the 28th Annual Torch Run for the Special Olympics. As you're aware, the Special Olympics is the charity of choice for the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, as well as the Niagara Police Service. We ran the torch onto the Rainbow Bridge, which was closed. We met our counterparts at the center of the bridge from the United States who ran forward, and 2 special athletes used the torch to light the cauldron on the international border. Since the beginning of June, members of the Gun and Gangs and Grows Unit, 3 District Crime Unit, and Biker Enforcement Unit conducted joint investigation to a large marijuana grow operation, and on June 15th, search warrant was executed on a Grimsby address. 3 males arrested and 2,370 marijuana plants with a total street value of $2.4 million were seized. And I would just also report that on Sunday is the Pride Parade in Toronto. I attended as along with some other officers. We attended at the flag raising a couple of weeks ago at St. Catharines City Hall. And myself and a number of others will be attending the Pride Parade in Toronto, representing NRPS in the contingent of law enforcement to continue to pursue our goal of diversity and inclusivity for the people that we police, as well as for the people that work with us in our service. And I believe that's all I have for this portion.
Thank you, Chief. Rob, congratulations on your new position. I hope you find it uneventful and boring at these meetings, but that's only a wish, I guess. And Gary, you're probably not allowed to ask this question, but are you moving to our fair region? Or do you live here now?
No, I'm just half an hour away.
Okay. I won't go any farther on that one. Thank you. Oh, Member Petrowski.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Just for my benefit and maybe the benefit of those members of the public who are brave enough to tune in, what does it mean when you were talking about robbery stats and 5 are cleared? Does a cleared robbery stat signify that the robbery has been solved, that the people who participated have been caught? What's the basis of a cleared statistic base?
Generally, that would indicate that an arrest has been made and charges have been laid. It could also be cleared if one were found not, in fact, to be a robbery or a false report. That would also be cleared, but I suspect that the 5 that I told you of have been cleared in the result of investigation and arrest.
Okay, and I'll be asking this in another report, Chief. When the public's involved in something like a robbery, or even if it's a business situation, are the victims of the crime notified that the crimes have been solved or cleared?
Yes, they are, and we've had some discussion on this, I believe, at a previous board meeting, and absolutely, that's a portion of the obligation of the officers is to contact people, to advise them. If there's property that's been recovered, we need to get in touch with them to advise, even if there's not, but to let them know so that they can be prepared for a potential of upcoming court cases.
Okay, thank you for that. And just on the story of the Pro Action, the baseball, do you have any idea, and I think it's a great program, how are the children selected to participate in those programs? Do they have mentors or supervisors, or just what capacity of authority maybe over the children helps designate that these would be great candidates for participating in this program?
I can't be certain in this case, but I believe the normal route is that when we do things in conjunction with schools, the school board is involved, the teachers are asked, our principals, to nominate people that they feel are worthy or in need of developing relationships. The officers that attended were SROs, so they would have some input with the schools to identify kids that were appropriate to be involved in those programs.
Okay, but there is that interaction with some authority level then for selection, right? Like teachers or whatever.
The officers or the teachers, the
Yeah.
principals, yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. It's appropriate now for me to ask about the notification of victims and that. I made that comment a couple meetings ago and that, and I had asked just at random if you could just check because the comment made over the years and other chiefs I've had conversations with was victims weren't notified when of a break and enter being solved months later and all this, but I take it somebody's going to be bringing that back or something like that?
Yeah, we took a look and we looked at our procedures and our rules. We issued another memo, a document that was issued to all officers to reinforce the importance of victims of crime and our obligation to notify. And a matter of, we can pull random occurrences and phone people and ask if they've been notified. We haven't done that. But I do know that we've taken the education piece at your request and made sure that the officers have known. Deputy McCullough authored a memo that's gone out and highlighted all those issues in relation to victims of crime to all the officers.
Thank you. Well, this is a public meeting. It's on the press and that, so I guess if the public is not being notified, they'll email me if they have concerns. Next, we have a presentation on street checks.
Okay, so good morning. I'm going to give a brief presentation on street checks, sometimes referred to in the media as carding. We have never used the term here, carding, but that seems to be what primarily the Toronto media has adopted that term. I know that the Toronto Police don't use that term either, but it may be what people know of because of what's been reported in the media. Street checks is the term that we use here, so I'll refer to it in that manner. Street checks obviously have been in the news and right across the province. There's been much discussion. So I wanted the opportunity to make sure that the board was properly informed as to what street checks actually are, what we do with them, how we store the data, what criteria we have around completing these forms, and what the purpose of them is and the usefulness to public safety. I would also add that last week, just prior to, or actually on the second day, I believe, of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police annual general meeting, Minister Nakfi from the Minister of Community Safety and Correctional Services, we became aware that the ministry was going to involve themselves, a provincial ministry, in relation to this. There has been much lack of consistency, frankly, right across the province in relation to what has come about, and certainly much of the negative media has come from large urban areas, the Toronto Police Service, the Toronto area, Peel Region, and others where there have been issues that have been raised in those jurisdictions. And frankly, the rest of the province has just carried on doing what we do in relation to this. And so we thought it was important to make sure that the board understood what they are and make you aware that I think there's a slide at the end. I'll talk about the ministry. So first of all, Versadex is our records management system that we've used, and we've used that system since 2006. There are actually two systems really across the province for every service. Niche is one system, and Versadex is the other that virtually every police service uses. Within that, there is a program called Street Check, and our officers on the street, so when you hear about carding, it often refers to many, many years ago, and in fact, cards have been used since the beginning of my career. I can remember when I first started, and we'd get a booklet, and you fill them out, and they'd go in, and they'd be entered into the intelligence system or go wherever they were designed to go. Obviously, with modernization, our system is electronic. The officers, if they have a contact with someone that they feel that they should be completing a street check card on, it's all done on the laptop in the vehicle. They'll make some notes in their memo book, but they'll also complete it in here. This gives us the opportunity to do proper searches, proper categorization of these particular incidents. So, you know, there are a number of different street checks, and street checks really are community contacts. They're conversations that an officer may have with someone on the street. They're discussion. They can be visual observations that people have on the street, a police officer. It doesn't necessarily have to be a face-to-face contact with anyone. And some of the categories that are within our program and drop-down menus, the reason for submitting them, you see on the screen there before you. Enforcement, they're for proactive issues to identify so that we can keep track of public complaints in relation to traffic issues. HTA warning. HTA warning is interesting because it's one that we use here. Of all the street checks that we currently have in our system back to 2006, 58% of them are HTA warnings. And what that is if you were to be stopped for speeding on St. Paul Street and you gave an explanation that the officer felt was reasonable, or he chose not to issue you a provincial offenses notice, generally the first thing you would do is look at the data bank, look at your driver's history, determine that you're not a habitual offender, and then give you a warning. And when you complete that warning, the officer, he or she, would then complete a street check under HTA warnings. So 2 weeks later, you get stopped for the same offense or wherever. That officer again would check, and if they find out that, well, you've told them that you've never had a ticket, never been speeding, never been stopped, and the officer can see that in fact a week ago you were stopped for the same offense in the same general area, then it allows the officer to use his discretion in an appropriate manner and not give you another warning most likely, and this time you get a ticket. The interrogation issue is when if a person interested in the police, if we're conducting an investigation, someone that we have authority to stop and talk to, it gives the officer the opportunity to record that information, and later it can be accessed by the crime analyst if we're looking at a spree of different robberies or similar types of offenses, or the officer who's assigned to investigate that can then look in the area and determine who had contact with the police in and around that time, which can lead to assisting in solving crimes. The person contact is people that we know. We see people, our officers see people out on the street, and because of their previous community contacts, they know people who have extensive criminal records or who are likely to have been involved in offenses, or who have likely in the past been known to carry weapons or carry drugs or be involved in criminal activity. It gives them the opportunity, if they have a conversation with that person, to record that information as well, which can be of use later in a number of different investigations. Premise contacts is if we have like liquor license checks, drug houses, if we have an investigation ongoing in relation to neighborhood complaints about perhaps a crack house or some other house where I believe prostitution is occurring, officers may make visual observations of that, and they can record that information on the cards. They go into the intelligence database, and then later, if we move forward to a larger scale criminal investigation where we need to get search warrants, or we need to get judicial authorization to intercept private communications, then that information is available for the officer to include in an affidavit that he has to swear before a judge. Vehicle contact, again, known vehicles that we know, our officers know, are associated to criminals, and it can be any number of things, bike-related, gang-related, as you see up there, prostitution, known drug offenses. This would be another case of a street check being completed where there's absolutely no contact with the person, but the officer can make a note that that particular vehicle was, say, parked at the Sundowner. We find vehicles that we know belong to gang members or anywhere else, shouldn't just name a business, but anywhere where we see them, where we know they're related to bike gangs or gang-related or prostitution-related, we can record that information so we know where that vehicle is for further investigation later. Under that, there's all kinds of a number of drop-down menus, and again, this is really more for data storage and gives us the opportunity to categorize things. As you can see, the number of different issues: parolees, gang-related, just drug-related, bike-related, traffic enforcement. By using the drop-down menus and clicking on the button on the side, it just assists later when we go in, if for what purpose we have to go back into the database and do a search. If we're looking for the Offender Management Unit, which is responsible for managing high-risk offenders who have been released into the public, or parolees. You can go in and do proper data searches and categorize out so they don't have to look at all of them. They can just pull out the things that apply to what they're doing at the time. So we talk about why do we use these. I've spoken a fair bit about it, I think. It gives us an opportunity for contacts and observations of people and locations without having to complete a full general occurrence report, because oftentimes it's not necessary. It's just a matter of being able to identify who was where when in public places. Street checks, they assist us in identifying criminal associations, and this is a very, very important part in many of our major investigations, many of the major organized crime investigations that you've heard about over the years, any wiretap investigations that we conduct, large-scale projects that we do. It's absolutely essential to be able to link people together. So if there are two people together, that it might not even be relevant at the time, but when we get down to developing associations, and if we're working on cases that involve the criminal offense of criminal organizations, it's absolutely essential that we are able to prove to a court that the people have been associated together. And oftentimes they'll say, they'll say, well, I don't, if I get Joe and Brian, they say, well, I don't even know who you're talking about. I never met that guy before. If we find that we've had a card in the past where they've been stopped for an HTA offense and two people in a car together, then that becomes part of the evidence to assist us in, again, in public safety investigations. And I can tell you that there have been many, many cases. I know some personally. I've had murder investigations in Toronto in my time where I've actually solved murders in relation, specifically driven by a contact card that was submitted by an officer, by a person that was near the scene at the time. And that case, frankly, would not have been solved. We've heard because the person raised enough information, it gave the officer authority to have some conversation with him. The officer at the time completed the card, completed a fully detailed description of everything that the person had with him at the time, which included a backpack and a clothing and different things. Because of that, we were able to identify that same person based on the description on some video evidence, be able to, just by the clothing and description. And later we were able to actually locate the backpack that had been described. It had been abandoned by the accused in a forest, in a garbage bag, down by the Don River. That bag actually had, although the only way we could associate it to the person at the time was because of the card submitted, it actually had DNA evidence on it of the person who was eventually convicted of the murder. It had blood from the victim as well. And so we were able to associate that together, and that resulted in a solve. You may have seen that Chief Evans from Peel Regional Police was quoted, I believe, in the Globe and Mail on this topic, and she spoke of the Cecilia Zhang case, which is a young girl that was kidnapped out of her home and murdered, and that case also was solved as a result of a contact card that was submitted by a Peel Regional officer several months prior to the murder. And the whole point was they were being investigated for fishing in an area of the Credit River that was an area that was no fishing was permitted by the ministry, and that card submitted associated to the two people together, which later became essential, and it also proved that the person had been within a kilometer of the area, although he lived in Scarborough, claimed he'd never been to Mississauga. That put him in Mississauga, put him in contact with another person who eventually became a witness, and as a result ended up in solving that, essential to solving that crime. So those are, some people can write those off as anecdotal. I suggest that they're not. They solve murders of people that were killed, and there are many, many more cases like that. We look at this as well. The district crime analysts, they search the database daily. If we have crime trends going on in an area, if there's a rash of break-and-enters going, they'll search the database and perhaps identify emerging trends, people that are in the area, or a vehicle that's been described by a victim reporting a break-and-enter may come up, and it's a piece that gives them the opportunity to continue looking for that. And it also allows us to assist with officer safety if there's concerns while the officers in the performance of their duties. Some of the statistics. So in our database right now, there's 157,000 of these street checks. And we can only go back to 2008 because of the, or 2006 rather, because of, that's when we started with the RMS system that we currently use. As you can see, we've broken down some of the statistics on what they are. 58, as I said, 58.5%, 92,000 of them are HTA warnings. So those are absolutely cases where the officer was fully justified and under the Highway Traffic Act of stopping the driver, and the driver was obligated to produce identification. It's just a matter of recording that on that as well. Interrogation is 135 out of 157,000, so it's less than 1%. And then you see the other breakdown: person contacts, premise contacts, and vehicle contacts is 20% of what we do in relation to that. And interestingly is, part of the problem, and I'll talk about the ministry in a minute, I guess, but the the consistency across the province, as I indicated earlier, is completely different. That's why the numbers are so different in different places. Ottawa Police Service will say that they had 6,000 street checks last year. Obviously, we have far more than that, but Ottawa doesn't include HTA warnings in theirs and other things, so we need to get some consistency to that, so we're looking at apples and oranges. The authority to stop and talk to people is governed in a number of different places. The Police Services Act, Liquor License Act, a number of different provincial offenses. Obviously, if you're driving a vehicle, you're obligated to identify yourself. If you've committed an offense under the Liquor License Act, you're obligated to identify yourself. Obviously, when you get further into the criminal code, you're obligated to identify yourself if you're arrested, and the Identification of Criminals Act gives us the authority to fingerprint and photograph people. So even if they don't want to tell us who they are, if it's under a criminal offense, then we can continue with that. Part of it, and a big part of what we do, and a big part of what we, and I speak on behalf of my service here, but also on behalf of the OACP, is we don't want to lose the opportunity. We've worked very hard to have developed policing to the point where police officers talk to people, and people talk to police officers. And so an outright ban it has a dramatic effect on, first of all, I don't want my cops sitting in cars and being fearful not to stop and talk to people, and I don't want people to be fearful of coming up to the police officers in our neighborhoods and having conversations. So on June 16th, it was the day before, I guess it was on the 14th or 15th, when we were at the OACP, we learned through the deputy minister and the assistant deputy minister that the minister was considering and was about to make an announcement regarding introducing some rules or guidelines or regulations under the Police Services Act to make some changes to this to address the issue because it was getting so much attention. You may have seen the next day, the OACP came out on behalf of all the chiefs and said that we welcome this opportunity to work with the ministry to move forward and make these changes and make some guidelines. Guidelines or regulations, however the minister deems fit. He's going to be doing some public consultation through that with the public and a number of stakeholders who have interest in this. At no time is the want or the recommendation of the police chiefs or our officers to have anything to suggest that we have any interest in violating anyone's rights, whether human rights under the charter rights. We certainly don't want that. We don't condone that. The issue of carding has, in my opinion, and the opinion of many, is that it needs to be looked at as a bit of a bifurcation. There are two opportunities in relation to carding. There's the issue of we need to have these conversations with people in the public in accordance with the charter and with our rights. We need to respect the rights of people who say, I don't want to talk to you. And if we have no further authority to detain that person or talk to them, our officers need to know that that's fine. End of conversation, the person walks away. But anything that involves any form of profiling, whether it be racial profiling or any other type, is absolutely not supported by us. And we deal with that through supervision, training, and eventually, if we need to, through discipline. I can tell you that in the relation to street checks, in the 3 years that I've been here, I've not had one single communication or complaint or concern from anyone who has said, hey, who did a street check on me? Why did I get stopped? This officer conducted a street check. So that's not to say that there aren't people out there that may not have been happy about their interaction. And it's not to say that I wouldn't stand here before you and say that never, ever, ever has an NRPS officer stopped someone on the street and detained them to discuss this when they shouldn't have. But we work very hard to continue with the training, the education, the supervision, and as I said, if need be, at the end of the day, discipline. But it's absolutely essential, in our opinion, that we continue to have the authority, properly exercised and properly supervised, to collect information that is a benefit of public safety. That's one of our primary goals, obviously, in policing, and we truly cannot afford to lose the opportunity to continue to do that. We are working, we have a committee in place right now. We don't have a specific general order that talks just about street checks. We do have some, it's interwoven into a number of our orders in relation to the street interviews, dealing with the public, community contacts, some of our records, but we are working now, as every agency will be, to develop a specific general order, a policy, a procedure to deal with that. And obviously, it won't be finalized until after the minister comes out with their final guidelines or regulations, so we can incorporate that, but we are working on that now. And just make sure there's nothing else here that I wanted. Like I said, all along, the goal of of us, myself, but of OACP, because this is a provincial, has provincial impact, and we're all working on this together and working closely, is we want that, we want to strike that balance. We want to respect that balance between the person's human rights, charter rights, right not to speak to the police, but also balance it with our mandated authority and our goal and desire to provide safe communities. And I can tell you that, as I said before, in order to do that, virtually every single one of our major crime investigations, and some that are just completely innocuous, like some of those HTA, some of those 58% in there, and I'm sure they have already, I don't have specific examples, but they will become valuable in an investigation down the road to help us, in accordance with the rules, develop proper affidavits to go before judges and get search warrants and wiretap authorization. So we wanted to make sure that the board was aware of what the street check actually means, because it means so many different things, so many different places. And the goal with working with the ministry, as I said, is consistency across the province. Make sure that we have an audit process that's built into that so that we can be held to account, supervision, training, accountability, and if need be at the end, like everything, to have some discipline in place if we were to determine that we had any officers that were involved in racial bias policing or any other type of bias policing in relation to this. So I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Chief. Before we do that, I need a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor. Member Ganzel, seconded by Member Marshall, and Member Marshall had his hands up first for questions.
Chief, I talked with a retired officer last week, and he said that this stopping and talking to citizens has been going on for at least 30 years, and that before they had computers, they used to fill out these little cards, the information, and that would be collected. But it is not a relatively new thing. It has been going on for a heck of a long time, as I understand it.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. As I said, when I started in Toronto in 1979, I mean, we were issued a ticket book, and I think they were called 172s then. They evolved into 208s, then they evolved into community contact cards, and then they evolved into something electronic. But we were given a book, and that was part of your kit. You carried, so it's been around for a long time.
So just to clarify, if someone is walking down St. Paul Street at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the likelihood of an officer stopping them and wanting to have information, I assume, is very small.
Absolutely, and I meant to mention that earlier, thank you, but right across the province, and certainly across our service, we have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of contacts with citizens across the province every single day, whether it be through traffic stops, whether it be through investigations, taking reports, disturbance calls, tourists coming up and talk, and very, very, very few of those ever make their way into a street check. They're just our basic operating piece. And as I said, I encourage people when we're walking around here to talk to people, but a very small scintilla of our contacts with the public ever make it into a street check or a recorded document.
Yeah, one comment on your question. As you know, I was a police officer back in the 70s, and we did not have cards, but we did pull people over, and we did talk to people in that, but we didn't have the system of handing in cards or anything like that time. I guess that must have come with computers maybe, because all we had then was CPIC, but I recognize the value in that.
The deputy here says that they did have cards at some point, not suggesting that you didn't do them or didn't perform
I was
your
never
role.
informed of them until I left, and I was a street cop at that time with cards to hand in if we filled it out, and you know, even from the time I met Joe, but regardless, okay. Member Petrowski.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief. Well, that's a great segue, actually, regarding training. Chief, what kind of formal training do your officers get to conduct street checks? And I just want to be clear, and I appreciate your presentation. Maybe I'll back up and ask another question before that, because the primary area of concern I believe the community has, and it's been expressed over and over again in the media as well, is not with the majority of the street check categories that are reported under NRPS's information or have been reported by you. So maybe I'll back up and ask, why does Ottawa and Niagara report street checks differently?
I can't answer that for you, and that's part of why we want to have consistency. Ottawa has different terms. They have a different way. I did speak with Chief Bordelot. They have a different category or a different section somewhere of recording HTA warnings. Our HTA warnings get dumped into this, and they add 90,000 to that number over the last 8 years.
Okay, so it's more a function of the database it ends up in than, is it because the database, I just don't want to misspeak here, is referred to as the street check database?
Well, our HTA warnings have been built into a category of the street check database, and that, I would expect that by the time we finish doing what we're doing, we'll separate that out of there so that
Right.
our numbers are more reflective of actual street checks rather than HTA warnings.
I think that would be beneficial, Chair. I think, I mean, if you take out the 130,000, 140,000 in HTA warnings, premise contact, vehicle contact, the ones I think that provide the most area of, I guess, scrutiny from the public are the interrogation, the person contacts. So back to my question, Chief, if I'm a new officer with the NRPS and I've graduated out of Aylmer, or perhaps before I've even graduated at Aylmer, what kind of written documentation or manual can I turn to that will lead me through the street check that falls in the category of the interrogation or person contact?
That would, the street check specific, again, because it's specific to an RMS system, would be done locally. So they would get that training when they come back. Specifically what that is, I can't tell you. I haven't been through that piece. But they would be trained in the operation of RMS. That's part of their, after they come back from Aylmer, they're 10 weeks out with coach officers. They're trained in the working of the system, the working of the RMS, what the categories would be. So they would be trained through their coach officers as well as some training from our own our learning center.
But is it, Chief, through you, Chair, is it documented? Is the process documented? Because the area of concern that's most frequently, or one of the areas that's most frequently highlighted, is the apparent or alleged randomness of contact. So I'm trying to form in my own thinking on this. Is this, are street checks, are they random or are they non-random? And if they're non-random, then, you know, I had the opportunity to tune into the agenda a couple weeks ago. Steve Paikin hosted Mike McCormick, the president of Toronto Police Association, and David Mercury, who actually walked the beat with Mike and is now a retired police officer, and referred to street checks or some form of street checks, the ones with the person contact anyway, as biased interactions. So I'm trying to get a sense of what guides a new police officer, or for that matter, a veteran police officer, to interact with the public and choose somebody to have an interaction with them.
Well, they would be trained, and I'm confident that they are. First of all, the random piece is a part that we don't want a part of. The random piece has been a part that has caused concern, obviously, in the areas where this has been raised to public scrutiny. We don't train our officers. They're not trained to just randomly stop people on the street and talk to them. So they would be trained in a number of different provincial offenses that we've spoken of, acts, and they would know, they're trained as to when they have the authority to stop and talk to someone. They know that they have to develop a reasonable suspicion if it's a detention, an investigative detention. They would be trained on the case law from the Supreme Court of Canada that tells them when they can stop and talk to people. They would be trained on the Highway Traffic Act, which tells them when they can stop and talk to people. The randomness of just walking up to anybody for no particular reason and demanding identification and recording it is, they would know that that's not permissible. At the same time, there's nothing to prevent me or any other police officer, as I said, from walking down the street and saying hello to people and trying to engage them in a conversation. If the person says, "Thank you, Mr. Police Officer, I don't want to talk to you," and I have no other authority to permit me to continue that discussion, then that person walks away, and our officers have to know that. And
Okay, but I want to focus on the aspect of randomness, because I appreciate what you're saying, that it's not random, but I think there are opportunities, and if I'm misspeaking from a recent interview you did on the radio as well, and from listening to other police chiefs, my understanding is that if I happen to have problems sleeping at night and I'm decide to go out for a late evening stroll on Lakeshore Road where I reside, and unbeknownst to me, there happened to be a robbery 4 or 5 doors down, and I'm out at a late hour of night, let's say 2 or 3 in the morning, walking a dog or whatever. I'm under the impression that I could still, a police officer could choose, because of the nature of an incident that happened by association in close proximity to where I'm being spotted by a police officer, that a police officer may want to pull over and have a chat with me.
Absolutely, and I would suggest that the way you've described that is not random at all. That officer has information, has been supplied with information that there's been a robbery nearby, and possibly a description or whatever. They have the opportunity under the Supreme Court of Canada in relation to, if they have reasonable suspicion, they have to have something. They don't have to have anything to say, hey, excuse me, sir, I'm investigating a robbery nearby, and if you don't even want to say hello, you can walk away, unless they have something further to detain you. If they have enough information in what they've been given, then they have the authority to stop and talk, and I would suggest that that's not random at all. It's based on fact and evidence that the officer's been supplied.
Okay, well, then I appreciate that response, and as you know, I asked Ms. Morton to circulate recent articles on this subject because it's drawn the attention of the public or others. And I don't want to misquote what you just said or what was said in the article, but the line here says the chief or yourself reiterate an individual has the right to walk away without answering any question. Do you believe, Chief, realistically, that all citizens know that they have that right ahead of time?
You know, it's back to the old ignorance of the law is no excuse. I mean, I can't tell you what every person knows. I would know, I can tell you that every officer is trained and knows that.
Okay, I would suggest, in my opinion, that there would be citizens who may not know that right. And I would also suggest, and people spoke this to me, so I'm just relaying the community opinion, when they don't know and they're engaged, they may feel somewhat of an obligation to have that conversation. They may feel that in the absence of that conversation, that there may be perceived consequences, negative consequences from not having that conversation. So to the second point you make in the article, and this is a quote, it's a very delicate balance, but at the same time, there's tremendous investigative value in some of the interactions, and I appreciate the areas you cited where carding or street checks apparently led to convictions or to better leads and outcomes for criminal investigations. Regarding that delicate balance, is that the delicate balance of rights versus what? I don't want to put words in your mouth. What delicate balance are you speaking to?
I guess just for the benefit of our home viewing audience, the article you're referring to is, there's a couple of them here. Maybe we should identify which article that is and where it is.
Sure. It's the headline is McGuire talks about carding, St. Catharines Standard, May 26, 2015.
Right. Yeah, and the delicate balance which we've spoken about is the balance between respecting the rights, human rights, the charter rights of the individual, as well recognizing our obligation to provide public safety. So the initiation of those discussions with people on the street would be based on our mandated responsibility to provide public safety, investigate crimes, assist victims, but also while recognizing that if the person determines, chooses to exercise their charter rights, that supersedes that, unless we have some other form of authority to detain them.
Right, okay, thank you for that, because, and this has been drawn to my attention, some people in the media have even cited this. When I mean media, I'm talking obviously about reporters who believe sometimes they speak on behalf of the public. In our charter, under Section 8, it says everyone has the right to be secure against reasonable search and seizure, and Section 9, everyone has the right not to be arbitrarily detained or imprisoned. So, given the fact, and I suggest, Mr. Chair, it's a fact, that some citizens are not aware of their rights, and I appreciate the chief saying, you know, ignorance of the law. The other half of that side is if you don't know your rights, you have none. So, knowing that this is a source of contention, and it is a source of contention, I'm speaking, we're board members representing the community. Knowing this is a source of contention, Chief, and knowing the value of this tool, especially with all the other percentages that are drawn here, what would be the disadvantage of a police officer who's engaging me and wants to collect investigative material? And for all intents and purposes, I'm innocent. I'm walking down the street, can't fall asleep. I have nothing to do with the crime down the street, but maybe I saw something that meant nothing to me because I didn't know there was a robbery. But at the same time, I want to be, I think there would be a suppression of some of the friction on this subject. What would be the disadvantage of the police officer recommending to the individual prior to the questioning? Two things. One, by the way, you have the right not to answer my questions. And two, because I'm doing this investigation, I need this information, I'd like to record it, and I'm going to be putting this into a permanent, I presume, are these files permanent?
That'll be part of the continuing guidelines. Right now, they've been in existence since we've had the program, but a retention schedule and guidelines or regulations on that will be part, I gather, from the ministry's work.
So what about that format, that I'm an innocent citizen, but yet I'm all for public safety. I want to help the police. I happen to see a pickup truck booting out of the church parking lot next door to my residence. I didn't even know that the church had been robbed, but yet now I have information, but I'm not aware of that, right? And I get the ignorance piece, but we're trying to solve a public issue across Ontario. And I think one of the issues would be, just advise me of my right. You have the right, you have the right, sir, not to participate, but we'd appreciate your help with this. And then if I choose to say, but whatever, I'm nervous, you know what, I don't want, a lot of people just, I don't want to get involved. I can walk away without any apprehension, without any nervousness, because there is, Chief, with some people, a sense of nervousness when they come into contact with authority figures, even when they haven't done anything wrong. So what would be the downside to advising of their right that they don't have to participate in that investigation?
First of all, in the example that you've given, that wouldn't result in a street check. That's an officer investigating a crime. He's going to have a conversation with you as a witness to an offense. And so that's not going to be a street check. That's
But you
going to
don't
be,
know I'm a witness to the offense yet.
well, I was just based on what you had told me on the scenario that presented. I guess what it boils down to is, at the end of the day, so long as the officers are properly trained and know that if you say you're not interested, and they know that's the end of the conversation, which we'll work hard to do and maintain it through supervision and training and audit, it's going to determine what the ministry comes out with the guidelines, and what does the public want? If you live on that street and that church has been robbed and you're walking your dog, do you want police officers coming up? And perhaps you might as well get it, in my view, at that point, we might as well print cards up for the officers and then just hand it to you and let you read it and say, I'm a police officer, you've done nothing wrong, you don't have to talk to me. And then you hand the card back to me and you walk away, and we lose all opportunity to have any meaningful communication whatsoever to help solve that particular crime. So in my opinion, my belief, like I said, it will depend on what the guidelines come out. The police officers, there is no obligation on them to say that to you at this time, and I don't think it would be helpful or fruitful to our goal of public safety. And people will become, if they don't know now, they will become more educated on this as we move forward, I would expect. And they can exercise their right and say, I'm not talking to you, walk away. But I think it would be detrimental to public safety if we were obligated to have every police officer, every time they spoke to somebody, say, I have no authority to talk to you, so if you want to leave, leave. I don't support that.
I appreciate that, but I'm also asking you to appreciate that there are citizens in this community, for whatever situation, for whatever class they reside in of person, who may not be aware of their right to not participate.
Yeah, Member Petrowski, you've said that a couple times, so
And,
I get it.
and I want to, because the chief shared information of the benefits of this, there may also be, Mr. Chair, an opportunity, and this was, again, this is anecdotal, that when there's an interaction, we might not always have positive outcomes. Person gets apprehensive, which leads to a response which may be perceived by police now to be not acceptable, and might result in physical interaction or whatever. And I'm trying to diffuse this, and the chief's suggesting that if they make up front known to people that they have a right not to participate in the investigation, not to have their information entered into the data, then that will. I agree with that. So I'll ask you this, Chief. Do you, at the end of the day, I know the province is coming in on something. Obviously, they're not satisfied with, they wouldn't be changing it, I guess, if they were satisfied with how it's going. I don't think they're going to come back with a no comment.
Well, I don't want to speak on behalf of the ministry, but this has been a topic that has been high discussion in media across the province, and it involves interactions with the police, and it's their obligation to review that. So I wouldn't speak to whether or not they're happy or not. I think they're recognizing that there's been some discussion, and they want to move forward in their mandated responsibility.
But do you agree, Chief, that a community has the right to have an opinion on a policy of a police services that may not necessarily complement what police believe would be a proper outcomes for their form? The community may have a position or opinion on street checks and say, we just disagree with it. We know there are public safety benefits, but we think that the rights portion of this doesn't justify the investigative benefits.
Well, a couple of things. Of course, everyone has the opportunity to have an opinion, and I would expect through my 14,000 days in policing, I don't think I've had one where everybody's had the same opinion as I or at policing. In addition to that, though, I would suggest that you talk about the rights. I mean, we're not talking about violating somebody's rights. In my opinion, if I stop to have a conversation with you, nowhere does it say that I have to tell you that. You have that right, and if you want to walk away, you can walk away. So I don't think it's an issue of the community having their rights violated by having this conversation. If I can just briefly take you back to another anecdotal, the story I told you of the homicide that I investigated. If that officer had gone to that person in the crowd at this homicide scene and handed him a card and said, I'm a policeman, you don't have to talk to me, because they had no other reason to talk to them. And if that person said, thank you very much, and walked away, and there was no recording of data, no recording of information, no description of the person put into the street check system, then that very brutal homicide, in that one particular case of a homeless person in a bus shelter on the streets of Toronto, would have remained unsolved, potentially. And the same can be said for the Cecilia Zhang case, and the same for many, many others they're not all homicides, but many other cases. If we walked up to the person that the information was lawfully recorded from and said, you don't have to talk to me, you can walk away, those crimes would remain unsolved. And so as a police chief, if you're going to ask me to accept that, I'm very unlikely that my opinion is going to change, but I will respect whatever the ministry guidelines come out to be.
I'm almost finished, Chair. So I will say I agree with that, and I'll take that argument even farther, Chief. Some people, me included, have concerns with street cameras and the proliferation of street cameras. You go into England, they're everywhere, they're every corner. We could have a street camera at every corner and probably capture more criminal activity. That doesn't mean the community is going to be satisfied with having cameras at every street corner. The argument is, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, what are you afraid of? Well, I'm not afraid of anything. I just don't want people looking at me. And then the aspect of who watches the watchers. So I'll just finish kind of on this specific question, Chair, or Mr. Chief, that I don't understand, the vehicle contact. If an innocent person drives into, on the way home from a golf game, drives into a bar, and unbeknownst to them, that bar happens to be an area the police know is an interchange place for drug activity. And the car might draw attention because it's got all sorts of decals on it, might be dilapidated or whatever. Does street checking involve running that plate because 8 of the cars there belong to known drug offenders? That one innocent person's car is not, but it's not known to the police who it is, so they might be suspicious who it is. Is there a possibility that car is run and that license plate becomes part of a permanent data storage point for the police because it happened by association, unbeknownst to the innocent person, to be located where criminal activity proliferates?
License plates on vehicles can be recorded at any time for any reason. Driving around on the streets, your license plate will be punched into the CPIC computer by officers on patrol.
Right.
Again, a part of our mandate for public safety, recovering stolen vehicles, identifying suspended drivers, identifying previously impaired drivers. So yes, absolutely, that can happen at any time. But that's part of the order in society, I would argue, that gives us the permission to do these things. That's why we put license plates on vehicles, so that they can be identified.
Okay. But what I was asking, Chief, maybe it wasn't specific, used to document vehicles, running a vehicle is one thing, putting it into Versadex or whatever you call this system for permanent storage is another. But my question is, can that license plate reside permanently in a storage facility because of where that vehicle happened to be?
If an officer puts a street check in, yes, at this point. And,
My
as
last
I-
question, Chair, is this. As that innocent person who didn't know where I was, and I'm not interviewed after, can I walk over to 68 Church Street and do an FOI and obtain from the police how many incidents of recordings, my name, my car, my home, have been documented into the street check system?
I believe that you could, and I can defer to Gary Holden in a moment if we need a more concise answer. But that request would then, I would hope, would be reviewed, because if there are intelligence information in there, things that cannot be disclosed to you, those would be withheld. But I don't know, Gary, if you want to comment further on that?
Yes, if somebody did make an FOI request, that information could be released, again, as to what the chief spoke to about certain exemptions under the Act, if it was attached to intelligence information.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess the specific question, though, is I don't need to know. I happen to, well, I would actually like to know, if I'm an innocent person, that I happen to frequent a place that there was untoward behavior. But I'm just looking for, would I know of that data point of my car license being run, or that innocent person's car license being run and stored because I happen to be at that location? Or you're going to say not even at that location, but that your license plate is on file?
So if I understand your question, if you were to come in and say, I need something, my license plate was run, depending on the circumstances, yes, we would release that information.
Okay, then I'll be more broad. Regarding your database, could I make a broad application and say, could you please advise me or Mr. Innocent or Mrs. Innocent person how many times my name appears in the Versadex system, or whatever you call?
Yes, sir, you could do that as well. But again, the legislation allows us to protect certain pieces of information. And under the intelligence exemption, we may or may not have to apply that exemption. We have to look at it. If it's strictly in the street check and it's not type anything, it would be released. If we feel for whatever reason there's additional information linking it to the intelligence database, we may want to protect it.
Okay, thank you. Chair, those are all my questions. I just want to summarize by saying, yes, this is a delicate balance for sure. People's rights versus the public safety benefits. I guess I would express some concern over, and I'm speaking off the top of my head because I'm not sure, and I appreciate the chief saying he wasn't sure himself, and I don't want to put words into his mouth, but regarding the written manual guidance of what guides an officer, and I see there's all sorts of there, but I'm talking about in terms of association, and maybe that's not game for being in a manual, but I am concerned, and I look forward to the province providing some consistency across all of Ontario, including Niagara, regarding this, because this is a source of contention with some members of the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member. And before I go to Member Stewart just brought up that speakers here on board members and probably in the crowd are only allowed 5 minutes. At the region, we are allowed 10 minutes. But it also says in there the chair can allow, for lack of better words, people to speak as many questions as he want. But it does say 5 minutes. If he wishes to, if any board member wishes to put up their hand, we'll have a vote down in the future. If somebody's gone over 5 minutes or whatever, I will allow that. But there's certain issues that the community deserve, be it the discipline one that the chief's coming up later, be it this one, I will be allowing a fair amount of time for conversation on this. And if anybody wants to challenge that, we're a board, you can vote it down on that. So I defer to Member Stewart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the chief. I'm just kind of curious at the what at the ministry level, as the press conference from Minister Nakvi are looking my understanding, they're looking at the balance between public safety maintenance and the rights of citizens. And they're looking into areas such as, perhaps categories of street checks, the rules regarding how street checks are implemented, and retention. Are there any other areas that they're looking at as far as coming up with regulation?
I believe in their, if I could read part of their release, I guess one of the quotes might be of some assistance, and the minister's quote on the printed release was, "Public trust in police is essential for building even safer communities. We recognize that some police street check practices erode that trust. That's why we're moving forward on putting in place practices to sustain and bolster trust while giving the police the tools they need to do their work. Every Ontarian must have confidence that their interactions with police are governed by the principles of fairness, respect, and dignity." And the topics that I recall in the discussion were some that I'd mentioned earlier, were consistency across the province, guidelines as to when street checks can be submitted, an audit process, retention schedules, and accountability. So I believe those were the areas that they were going to be addressing in their public consultation and discussions.
Thank you. And then my understanding is that they're hopeful of having some kind of regulation come down by sometime this fall. And I guess at that point in time, with a new regulation, the procedures would be that perhaps the board looks at perhaps updating or adding a policy in this area, and then when that's in place, then the service would turn around and make sure that its general orders are complying with the new regulations. Would that be the process that we could look forward to after the regulation comes down?
Yeah, I guess I'd have to leave that to the board. I don't know if the board would, I don't believe there's any bylaw or information in relation to this at this point. If the board felt that they needed a bylaw or a directive in relation to that, but we'll be working, as I said, we'll be working on developing a policy procedure to address these issues now. We're already working on it, but there's no point finalizing it until such time as the minister comes out. So we'll, and then I guess, like I said, it'll be up to the board whether they feel the need to reinforce the minister's regulations in the act.
Well, I was just more interested in the process and saying that there's, I guess from my perspective, there's not a lot of point now to be going around and changing everything until such time as we hear from the minister and see what regulations they're going to get and what type of consistencies they want throughout the province, and then make sure our general orders and our policies and procedures are in line with the regulations. So.
Yeah, no, I think that would be wise, and that's what we're doing. That's why we're not going to finalize anything before then. But I do want to leave the board with a clear understanding that we preach and teach and supervise and hold our officers to account on bias-free policing every single day outside of all of this. It's a part of our oath and a part of our obligation. So this is a piece that's come up in the media, but rest assured that our officers are well aware of what their rights and obligations are in relation to this, and we'll follow the guidelines as they come forward in the fall.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Chief, I have a number of questions. I see no other members right now. And I apologize, I think it was Member Stewart asked the question, but I didn't catch it. How long do the records stay on file? It started in 2006, so if I was carded or a street check, how long would my name be on file? Indefinitely?
Well, at this point, they're in the database, and they're there from the time that we started, from 2006. So that will be something that will be addressed as we move forward to look at. Now, there will be some, I would expect, depending on, again, what the ministry comes up with, and our own. We'll look at our retention schedule. We have retention schedules for every other form of record, but I think this just became a repository where things have gone in and there has not been any retention. There will be some, I would suggest, that were submitted in 2006 that have relevance that may have to stay forever. Not a lot by any stretch. Some of them, but that may deal with a specific person who maybe has found themselves in the system every year since then for various criminal activities or issues or criminal records that involvement. So there needs to be a retention schedule. We agree with that, and that's certainly one of the issues that the auditor, or rather the minister, will be including in their regulations.
And I would hope that the minister would come to the boards for information on that, because I'll give you an example. Say Woody, our solicitor, and myself walked out of the old Garden City Arena, walked down Gale Crescent at its worst time. and we were pulled over by a police officer for the reasons of them checking up for what happened on Gale Crescent years ago, or Bridge Street in Niagara Falls when I was a police officer, which was known for some unsavory things and that, and we were carded or street checked on that and put it in the computer. I would hate like heck to have that still in there 20 years later or 10 years later or something like that, just because we were walking from the train station on Bridge Street or something. And I'm using an example of you, Woody, and I, because we know that, at least I know that I would never do something like that, and I know you wouldn't either, and that. But still, you know, I think there's got to be a happy medium on this stuff, and there should be a time frame on it and that. So I hope they allow our input. Why doesn't it tie into other forces? Example, Ottawa, if we have a person that, use your fishing example or something, if, does it tie into other forces? Can Ottawa pull up our street checks?
Yeah, I don't know if they can get directly into our RMS, but they can make a request through our investigative group if it was something of a higher level. I mean, we would certainly
I
do
think
that.
it'd be great, but,
Yeah, I don't think they can dip right into cross RMSs. Maybe Akram can comment.
And I think you can comment. Through you, Mr. Chair, they cannot have direct entry. As the chief mentioned, they can make an inquiry and it will be vetted. But there's something called the police information portal. As information is vetted and as information allowed to be shared, that can be pushed up and that where it can be accessible. But it's, with respect to street checks, I believe it's very limited because it's not an incident, it's just a notation. And then
But I would also say as an investigator, if I were investigating a major crime here in Niagara, I would expect our guys would call Hamilton, they'd cut their contacts and ask them, can you check your street check file? We'd call Toronto, we'd call different places in relation to that. As Akram indicated, virtually everything else, all our other occurrences and such through that portal, we can go in and check on our own, but street checks at a lower level, they're stored locally.
so I'm ignorant of the process. In a case like this, would the minister come to citizens as well, boards and that, for comments on this, because, when they come up with the rules of street checking and that, because I'd like to know the citizens were involved in this, and that, I presume the answer is going to be yes, but, and I feared, I'm so happy the ministry came up with something on this, because like Member Stewart said, I don't see us making any changes, we'll defer to, and I believe that's what you said, defer to what the ministry does down the way. I feared that we'd be coming out with a policy and shooting from the hip on things that, because of reaction and that. So would the process involve boards and other people to input on this? And, well.
Yeah, well,
please answer.
my expectation, again, I can't speak for the ministry, but I have heard them speak, and they intend to consult with stakeholders. Whether or not that specifically includes police services boards, I don't know. I do know that the OACP wants to have a voice at the table. I do know that they are talking about public consultation. I've heard mention of Canadian Civil Liberties, other people that have been involved in the discussion to this point. So I would be shocked if the ministry went forward without doing proper consultation.
Okay, and I'm sorry to keep giving these questions, but is there a chance, and I probably get into police discipline, but an example is, I find it that the way we can solve this, if police officers knew that if you went to somebody on the street and said to the, and asked them a question, they said, I don't want to talk to you, and they persisted, I know we don't want that. So in the case like of cell phones, we've increased the fines to $1,000 because they found that it was so bad that things are happening. In this case here, I respect police officers asking questions, stuff like this, but when a person says to them, no, I don't want to talk to you, can we make it a heavier offense for a police officer of our force and tell them, this isn't just a light slap you're going to get, or whatever wording you want to say for some of that? Or are you, how do you make it that our officers know that, ask the questions, but if they say stop or I don't want to talk to you, they have to walk away? Can we make it a more serious offense of our officers for doing something like that? Because that would stop this possibly, might not, but.
Well, first again, I'll reiterate that in 3 years, I've not had one complaint about an NRPS officer stopping somebody on the street and conducting a street check, or having a person say, I have my rights to walk away, and have the officer continue to abuse or ignore that person's exercise of the rights. So I don't, first of all, as we've had discussion, we'll have some more today, I suspect, the discipline process is mandated and encoded in law, and it's in the Police Services Act. And, you know, if somebody came forward with a complaint like that, it would go through the complaint process and dealt with in accordance with our discipline process as mandated in the Act. So our officers know that. They know that now. And if somebody wants to come forward with a complaint that their rights have been violated, then there are many different avenues of process for them to be.
But under the Police
Complaint.
Act, can you have more serious offense by the police officer?
Well, there's a code of conduct in the Police Services Act under Part 5, and it identifies the offenses and, discreditable conduct, and there's a handful of offenses that are described specifically.
So they could take something like that and put it to fall into a certain category, saying this is more serious than not showing up for work on time, something like that, you know?
I don't think so. I think the behavior of police officers is governed by the Act, and something like that, an abuse of someone's rights would fit under one of the offenses that's in there now. So a specific offense for street checks, I don't see it, frankly.
Maybe it's something we have to come up with policy, unless the government's going to come up with at the ministry and say that this is a serious offense to a police officer. If you ask a question and they say, we don't want to talk to you, you have to move on.
With respect, that's already encoded in the Act. It's not that specific term. I could pull, if you can open up Part 5, I can identify under the Code of Conduct what section that would come under, and it's already defined in the Act. It's there. It just doesn't say specifically street check. It would be for abuse of authority or unlawful exercise of authority or any number of titles that are already in the Act and have penalties and governance under the Act. So I don't see that happening. I can't speak for the ministry, but I don't think they're going to put a street check offense in the Police Services Act. And I don't think it's necessary. I think it's there.
And I respect what you say about no complaints, and I haven't had any complaints come over my desk, and I guess it comes through the board first sometimes on this, but I did see the article on CHCH TV recently and things like this, so I fear things are coming, but we're still reacting to things that are happening in North America. We want to make it right, and that. So whether we've had a complaint or not, we want to stop them from coming on this.
And I don't disagree with you, but I just think it's important that we keep in our mind that this police service and many police services, 99.99% of the time, the officers are engaged in the activity of conversing, which I encourage to have conversations and discussions and talk to the members that they serve. And I encourage the public, you've heard me say it over and over again in public places, I ask people to say hello to cops when they see them, to engage in conversation. And our people do that very, very well. I'm not suggesting that there's never been an officer in NRP that somebody said, hey, it's my rights, I don't have to talk to you, I'm walking away, that the officer didn't, whether psychologically or even physically, perhaps say, no, you're not going anywhere, I want to keep talking to you. We have discipline that deals with that, we have supervision, and it's covered by the Act. And so we'll be guided by what the ministry has to say. There will be input from all different areas, and like I said, and I'm not suggesting because we haven't had a complaint it hasn't happened, but I would suggest that because there have been no complaints, I think you can rest fairly comfortably that the majority of our officers deal with this in the appropriate manner.
And just for the public, our board is torn on this somewhat. I know myself and Member Petrowski have had discussions on this. Myself from policing and that, recognizing what a tool it is for walking up to people or writing things down and asking the questions and that. And I'd hate to hold back our police officers on that, but I get his side on it. The one thing I don't agree with, and we'll agree to disagree on it, is the public's right to know their rights. I mean, there's certain rights that they don't know that, when a police officer walks up to you and says, hi, how are you, what's your name, or something like this, do you have to say to them first, you have the right to not to answer my question? I disagree with that wholeheartedly, and I'd hate to hamper our police officers on that. However, if they turn to them and say, I'm not going to tell you, get lost, well, the police officer has to get lost, or within reason, and that's where I think it should be a serious thing if we can prove that our police officer didn't listen to that, but then I like our police officers asking the question. So we're in between on this. I'm glad the ministry is going to make a ruling on this, because I feared what we would do as a board as a result on this. So any other questions? Member Petrowski, please,
Sure.
if you.
Thanks.
please,
It'll be
time
very
to
quick.
go.
I'll be making a motion later on this morning to, that this board form a three-person governance committee. I'm not going to rely on the minister, and I don't think, nor we should, asking this board for information or their input. I have concerns over the length of data retention. I have concerns about charter right issues with an innocent person's data being in a data storage system without their knowledge. So I'm not waiting for Minister Nakvi to ask us, because quite frankly, I don't think he will. I think that this board has the right, with the majority vote, to put forward, as we'll see here, there's some issues. Windsor board has expressed some input on police discipline issues. We have the right as a board to take a majority position, if that's how democracy lies, on where we think the minister should be guided to look at some issues, and I'll be making that motion later. That's not the gist of why I want this committee, but that's one of those areas that this committee could look at, and I think it's important that this board and representing the community provide input to the minister, not wait for the minister to ask us, because that, quite frankly, isn't about to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Petrowski. I agree. If the minister doesn't ask us, that's so wrong with regards to the citizens and that, but we'll move on. Anybody else have any other questions? Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Any deputation to run, I'm sorry?
Just a motion to receive the presentation.
I thought we did, didn't we? Yes.
Just to put it on the table, but
Okay, a vote to receive the presentation. And then Member Ganzel has a presentation. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, and thank you. For introduction for myself, for the folks on television, I'm Ken Gansell. Besides being a member of the Niagara Regional Police Services Board, I also am a member of the Niagara Lake Community Safety Committee, which originally was called the Niagara Lake Community Policing Committee of years ago. What I wanted to do today is briefly give a very quick overview of the 25th Annual Bike Rodeo, which was held on Sunday, May 24th in Niagara Lake at the arena, which is in Virgil. And it's a safety program that's in an effort to keep the farm workers from the Caribbean and Mexico safe in their travels in the community. I think a lot of people don't realize is we have an influx of over 2,000 farm workers into Niagara Lake itself for the various tender fruit vineyards and other tree growing organizations, etc. They travel around the region, or not just in Niagara Lake, around the region on bicycle. So we have always had a very strong view that we need to keep them as safe as anyone else, so we do a bike rodeo every year. Took place May 24th, as I said, the Niagara Lake Arena Sports Complex. There were 240 overseas workers participated. 220 were from Mexico, 20 were Caribbean countries. We had support from the Niagara Regional Police Service. They had 3 officers in attendance. Niagara Regional Health was there, AIDS Niagara, Lions Club from Niagara. Niagara Lake Rotary Club donated 100 bike lights. I can tell you that having a bike with a light on at night is really important. Western Union gave away 2 brand new bikes. Quest Community Health was there, and the Gateway Church donated 14 bikes. As I keep saying, this is our 25th year doing this. Just to give you a quick overview, the top little photo there, we ran a video continuously. Anyone who attended was subjected to the video. Reason for that is it is a training video put on by the Ontario Provincial Police, all in Spanish. Talks about rules of the road, safety, going back and forth from the farm to Value Mart, et cetera, et cetera. You see some registration. We also ran a free bike repair. We had 4 bike mechanics on site. So we were repairing bikes and that. The participants arrived by bicycle. You can see that there. We had police officers, in this case Arturo, engaging with the community. And the dance crew from Toronto called Enlace. I have to say we were probably really the hit of the event. And in closing, I have been asked by our chair, Kathleen Wickabord, to specifically thank Sergeant Bill Shoenails, Constable Arturo Quinezzi, and Gina Allen. Her daughter Jordan was there as well. These people have been instrumental in this bike rodeo over the years. Arturo is fluent in Spanish. Nobody else in our committee is. And he basically was our MC and ran the show. So if the chief could convey through the various chain of command our thank you and for the support from the Niagara Regional Police Service and those 3 officers in particular, They made a difference. They're making a difference in our community, and very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Ganzel. Does anybody have any questions of Member Ganzel? I'd just like to make a comment. I live down there as well, and I've never heard of this. Did it get any press at all prior to this happening?
It was in the Niagara Advance. In fact, a good article was in there about a week before it occurred. As I say, we've been doing it for 25 years. I think it also was in the Niagara This Week newspaper as well. And it was an article. I mean, it's not as though we ran, quote, an ad.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, we have to have a mover and a seconder for his presentation, please. Member Bonham, Member Stewart, all those in favor, naturally. Thank you. Any deputations or unfinished business? I see none. I'd like to move the consent agendas in block and then have questions. But first, we have to remove number 139 on instructions or request from the chief, and that for more information coming. So number 139 will not be on the table today. And that's so. I'd like to move consent agenda number 131 through 151 together, if that's okay. A mover, Member Marshall, seconder, Member Ganzel. I'll entertain, any questions on these? Member Petrowski.
Member Marshall can go
Member
first.
Marshall, go ahead.
And I just want to ask, Chair, so that I'm procedurally compliant, notwithstanding, and maybe Member Stewart wants to weigh on this, but notwithstanding we're doing this as a block, I believe I'll have the right, the unbridled right to speak to each issue.
Yes.
And not subjected to a 5-minute package issue on all these items. Otherwise.
Nope, I agree.
Thank you.
I agree. And what we'll do is if somebody picks out an item, then we'll entertain any questions on that item when it happens. So Member Marshall, which item would you like?
Item 138,
138? Niagara Parks, please, go ahead.
on page 2 of 3 at the bottom, there is a, on the chart, there's a notation, street checks and warnings. What is the difference between a street check and a warning?
That's on the Niagara Parks Police Quarterly Report on Special Constables.
Those all go into the same database that we use, so their documents go into our RMS, so a street check is the overall category. Warnings, I expect, would be under the HTA warning section, as broken down in the report that I gave. I would think that's what that represents, but I'd have to go back into the system and if you want a more finite breakdown and confirm that.
I'd just like to understand this, Chief. I mean, it looks like they have charged no one in the period, but they've warned 107 people.
That deals specifically with arrests under the Highway Traffic Act, so it would be not tickets. The tickets would be categorized elsewhere. We don't make a lot of arrests under the Highway Traffic Act. Could be for fail to identify or perhaps under the drive under suspension sections.
So then the provincial offenses is the one that records where they've actually issued a ticket, I assume, again.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anybody else have any questions on number 138? Okay, next questions, Member Petrowski, your turn. After each item, I can ask if there's other questions, please.
Thank you for that, Chair. Item number 131, Chair, which is 2 pieces of documentation, one from the Information Privacy Commissioner to the Chief, and the second is the Chief's, I want to get these in chronological order, the Chief's initial letter to Commissioner Beamish. In the letter, in the first paragraph, the Chief writes, I acknowledge that our /legal obligations, I hope that, oh, maybe that slash is my pen mark. I acknowledge that our legal obligations are set out in the Municipal Freedom of Information Privacy Act to respond to information requests in a timely manner have not been met. Just through you to the Chief, Chief, what's your understanding of any consequences or penalties there are, if any, to not meeting the legal obligations of the province under that act.
At a previous meeting, and the consequence, it would probably be best if I turn to Gary. Welcome, Gary. How do you like it so far? Come on up and grab a microphone if you don't mind, if you just go to the podium. You can speak to this far more eloquently than I can.
This is where you get grilled now.
As far as to the documentation from Commissioner Beamish, there isn't anything currently. I know I was at a meeting with him at the Ministry of Government Services back in February. Going forward, what he might do is indicate that police services can no longer issue fees that might be attached to a general request. Currently, there isn't anything. Understanding because of staffing, and the requests that are coming in these days are a lot more comprehensive than they used to be. So up until now, there hasn't been any kind of a penalty assigned to it.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair. And I respect that. And see, another opportunity again for, as per my pending motion on a governance committee, being able to provide input. So basically, as I understand it, to the staff member, this is a toothless act as far as enforcement's concerned. There's no teeth to it.
As far as any kind of retribution or penalty, that would be
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. And now, and I appreciate the chief recognizing that in 2015, we have a 74% 30-day compliance. What is, now that you're at the stand, what is your goal regarding compliance? Or is it your objective to bring that to 100%?
My goal is to increase it for sure. Whether we can achieve 100%, that's many times out of our control. I can tell you I checked this morning and we're back up to 74% compliance right now.
Okay, but certainly to increase it from 74%?
Absolutely. We always try to do the best we can to get it out within the 30 days. But again, you have to understand many times it's out of our control if we have to do a third-party notification. Under the Act, we're allowed 30 days, but if we have to do third-party notification, the Act allows me to suspend that for a 20-day period, so I can notify third parties. Sometimes I have to transfer it to another jurisdiction if they own the records or they have more care and control of those records. So we do what we can when it's within our own facility. Others outside of that, it makes it more difficult.
Okay, thank you. And last question, Chair, would it make more sense, sir, than at least for, you know, we have public confidence is always being polled against various government services. I know the region, it's probably close to zero, but notwithstanding, police also have public polling. Would it not make sense to just improve the relations between the public, certainly those who are doing FOIs, and your service, to notify those folks who are falling out of compliance? So it's not up to them after 30 days, hit the stopwatch, contact you, where's my FOI request? Can you proactively reach out and say, do you have, I'm sure with the amount of money we spend on IT these days, the police services, we have the capability to red flag. I mean, I can do that on my sales accounts. I'm sure the police can do it on their FOIs and make contact with those individuals and say, we can't reach your deadline.
So we do currently do that now. If we have to ask for an extension on a request, we'll send them something in writing saying that it's going to be an extended, whether it's 30, 60, or 90 days that we have to do it. Certainly, do we do that on 100%? No, we currently don't.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions on that item.
Member Genzel, do you have a question on this item? Yes. You got it.
Thank you, and through the chair, to the chief on this one. In that letter that you sent back to Commissioner Beamish, down in the fourth paragraph, it talks about an ice storm of December 2013 affect the service software server that house. I don't remember hearing any references at any board meeting that the roof collapsed somewhere in this building, crushing a server. So perhaps I'd like to find out what happened to the famous server.
Certainly turn over to Akram and let him fill you in on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think what the reference is when we had the major ice storm, it did cause some network outages, and which caused also some power fluctuations where the major not system. But recovered from the network outages and the center power outages. So that's really what the report is referring to, that we had no physical facility failures, meaning that the roof collapsing or ice coming down and so forth. Was really
being facetious with the roof, but just the way it read, I sort of said, you know, what's really going on here? Moving on to another item within that report, I know from my time with the ministry in Toronto, and which is now 5 years ago, having involved putting in the FOI system as referenced here, both for the Attorney General and the Ministry of Community Safety and Corrections, the guideline there was to strive for an 80% response. And I know we're around 74, and we sort of hung in that area. I would hope that the service over the next year, under your leadership, moves that number to at least 80%. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any other questions on this one? Okay, I do. Thank you for coming up. The 74% within 30 days, I get. The 26%, how long is the latest one? My concern is that we might have one out there for 6 months. I hope I'm exaggerating too much. But how long would be the latest if 70% are within 30 days? Please.
Unfortunately, I can't answer that question today. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back to the office and find out. Are you asking whether we've been holding on to it for 3 months or 4 months or 5 months?
You got it, exactly.
Yeah, I can't answer that question at this point. Again, sometimes it might be, from my experience, sometimes people ask for a request that where the charge is outstanding, and we can't release it until the investigation is complete. Maybe we're waiting for a coroner's report. There could be many variables in that as to why it might extend the length of the response.
Okay, Chief, may I ask that, through you to the speaker or whoever, that I get a report or the board gets a report on how late is the latest one and why? I just don't want to hear that there's one out there that we've held on to for 3 or 4 months, unless it's justified, like you say.
Yeah, we can get that information for you. I wonder if I could just ask, maybe Gary sits on, as I indicated in his introduction, OECP committees, if he has any knowledge as to, not that it makes it any better, but how we compare to services across. My understanding is services across Ontario are facing the same challenges that we are.
They are. I can advise that Commissioner Beamish sent out the same letter that we received to the majority of other police services in the province. Generally, it was just his way of introducing himself to a lot of the police services since Dr. Kavukian left the position. So we just wanted to let them know that he's going to start paying attention to it, and also to introduce himself and say if there's anything we can do in line of training, please reach out to us. But we're in the majority, apparently.
I respect that. Thank you very much for coming forward. Member Petrosky, you're next on the list, your next item.
Thank you, Chair. A very important item, I believe, Chair, that has crossed this board since we have commenced presiding this term, which is item 132, and it includes a fairly lengthy document from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, building a new public safety model in Ontario, AMO's policing modernization report. The forward to this includes a letter from Mr. Roger Anderson. I presume he's the new chair now of AMO, to the Premier. I just note at the top of page 2, Mr. Anderson says, "We would welcome your views on the AMO report." I wonder who's going to be monitoring that to see if, in fact, the Premier is going to, or somebody in the Premier's cabinet will be commenting. This is a fairly thorough document, some 45 pages long. It is certainly worth a great read. And Chair, I have a couple questions for the Chief, but I would say one of the benefits, I think, of this report, which for the most part I embrace and support as far as recommendations are concerned, is that it's as current as citing information from the most recent Economics of Policing conference that a number of us attended in Ottawa. There's some very valuable information in here. For example, page 10, per capita policing costs in Ontario and it's worth noting, are the highest in Canada. About 10% higher, for example, than Alberta, almost 20% higher than BC. But more importantly, the recommendations here to try to grapple with this issue of policing costs. I mean, we've heard it over and over again, policing costs are unsustainable. Chair, I have a couple questions for the Chief. First of all, Chief, have you had an opportunity to read the AMO report?
Yes, I have, and I should tell you that the OECP committee has reviewed the report as well and created a response to that, and I don't know that the board has yet seen that, so I'll be happy to share a response which does some analysis on the opinion from the policing side in relation to many of the comments that were made in the report.
Okay, thank you. Well, like I said, from the outset, I support it. Most of the recommendations, I think it's taking some brave steps forward. I don't think it's appropriate for me to ask the chief under the priority recommendations, page 4, whether he agrees that, and he can if he wishes, Mr. Chair, to comment on the second priority recommendation of improve the quality of existing governance and civilian oversight. Chief, is that something you want to comment on per se, or?
No.
Or is that, does that, no? Okay.
I don't think that's for me to comment on.
One of the things I think that is going to get more and more attention, Mr. Chair, over time, and it certainly is across all the developed world with regards to policing costs, is priority recommendation number 3, which reads, make legislative changes to permit the greater transfer of specific functions to civilians or other security providers where appropriate. Glancing right down to item bullet point 6 under partnership, government structures should also account for the presence of private security. A measure of public oversight of private security should also obviously be developed. Switching over to the next page, page 5, item 15. Ensure that policy change and legislative related statutes and other policy documents enables rather than restricts alternative approaches to service delivery, which might include tiered policing, specialization, which obviously I support, and continued civilianization of non-core police functions. Just a kind of a general question, Chief. Do you embrace that direction of greater transfer of specific functions to civilians and or potentially other security providers in this whole context of grappling with the provision of policing, and especially with regards to the unsustainability of the high costs of policing?
Well, again, I'd refer to it as the high cost of public safety, but I don't disagree with some of these issues. We've looked at areas where we've been able to civilianize positions, and we'd be happy to continue. There has to be legislative changes in many different areas before we can do that. We often hear discussions about whether it's pay duty officers or security around construction sites or different things, or security at crime scenes, and there's a lot of legislative work has to be done before we can do anything about that. So there are some things our officers do. I think it boils down to the complete review that the ministry is embarking upon with the future of policing, and looking at what is it that what are the core responsibilities of policing, what do the communities want their police officers to do, and make that mandate proper. And if that comes about, that we can civilianize positions, if that's the most economical, but it has to be for the right reason as well, not simply to save dollars, and we have to make sure that we have the right people. There are some areas that would call out for that. I mean, there were times when our IT, I don't know about here, but IT departments were headed up by uniformed police officers. There are some positions that we've had discussions on ourselves here where there may be some uniform positions that we need to take a look at. So we'd certainly take a look at what would make it more effective, as long as we can do our job properly, and what the ministry determines communities want police officers to do.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure in our upcoming, Mr. Chair, budgetary discussions with regards to the opportunity perhaps to save money by following that progress of civilianization where it makes sense, and the chief spoke, for example, to specific functions in IT, whatever, we'll turn over every stone. There are some interesting comments, Mr. Chair, on page 6 about personnel, and I wonder if the chief would perhaps speak just briefly to a couple of points. Number 23, adjust the career advancement model of officers to provide for a longer probationary period. This report, Mr. Chair, does a great job.
May I interrupt you for 1 second? If anybody online is watching this right now and want to go to the report while Member Petrowski's talking, you go to AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, amo.on.ca. Go on, search for policing, and then you'll find at the bottom of it, it says AMO releases policing modernization report. Then you can follow what Member Petrowski is saying. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's a great idea. I know when we watch Queen's Park or the Parliament, we got right there what the bill that's on the floor we're talking about. So in this report, Chair, page 36 and others, they talk about other professions where probationary periods exist, and the comparison is made, and it appears in policing that the probationary period, I think from constable 1 class to 4 class or vice versa, is much shorter than in some other professions. Is this an area or an area of opportunity, Chief, where that's worth scrutinizing?
Well, I guess anything is worth scrutinizing, so long as we look at it in the proper context and what the intent is to do that. You know, what value is that going to bring, and how long is somebody expected to be on probation in that position, in the position of policing? Currently, it's a 12-month period from the time, and if I'm not mistaken, it's from the time they're sworn in, leaving Aylmer at the end, after they've completed their training and everything, because, so it gives a 12-month period, which in my view, 99.9% of the cases is sufficient in order to determine whether or not that person's going to be able to carry out their functions.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think it talks also in the report to how people move within different grades versus in other professions as well. So no, I appreciate.
If I could add to that, the moving in grades, if I'm not mistaken, is governed by the collective working agreement. It's not governed by the legislation.
Okay, thank you for that. Item 27, interesting concept. In lots of other professions, medical, otherwise, where there's accreditation taking place, the individuals are expected to pay, in some cases, all or the lion's share of the training. Here it says, instead of the police service paying for basic police entry training, continuation education for officers, costs should be shifted to individual officers. Do you see that as an opportunity, Chief, for savings to the costs of policing or providing public safety?
Many police services now have taken that out. Once again, that's a collective working agreement issue. I believe it's in the contract that dictates how officers hired by Niagara Region reimburse or are reimbursed after a period of time for their tuition at the Ontario Police College, which has just been increased to, I believe, almost $12,000. Most police services now, I know for a fact, Toronto, the officers pay their own way. So that's another collective working agreement issue.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And Chair, one of the reasons, again, and why I find this report useful and to put in context these costs, Chair, for example, page 11, it's worth noting, and for the benefit of the public, police labor costs are approximately 92 to 93%, at least in this police services, and I think across Ontario, of the overall police operating budget. But since 2002, the annual rate of cost of growth of providing this service is 3 times the rate of inflation. And where some people, like our seniors, are pretty well attached to the rate of inflation, but they're still property tax owners, over the course of 13 years, or how many years, when you are only receiving, and it's not for the fault of police, obviously, but when you're only receiving inflation level increases and emergency services are 3 times the rate of inflation, it doesn't take a mathematician to figure out those numbers are so out of whack after 10 years that we have to find creative and different approaches to how we're going to pay for providing this service. As far as other questions are concerned for the Chief, I'll turn really quickly to I think that I suspect the Chief wouldn't disagree on page 22, new model of policing will where it talks about incorporating the growth and presence of private security. That's one thing, but must align with other participants. Police no longer have monopoly on providing public safety and security. They're one of the many actors. We know that. I mean, the report does a good thing in defense of providing police services. We see that only 20% of average police day, Mr. Chair, is consumed in providing upfront interface with criminal activity. The other 80 is all in everything else. And that everything else is becoming larger, more complicated. As just a broad brush question with regards to integration and alignment, Chief, do you believe it's the service's responsibility, and as the Chief, to investigate as many, and it's not just in private security, but alignment with as many other sources, even if they're public sector, of providing, trying to find areas where that other 80% in other municipal services, other government services can offload some of that work that police are currently, I guess, because they, and I agree with this report, they become the default or de facto provider of everything, because when people pick up the phone, that's kind of more or less the default responses for police to show up. Are there areas you think, Chief, that we can be looking at outside of the core areas with other police, other government departments to provide some extra services?
There clearly are many things we do that that may not fit within the Police Services Act or the obligation, but yes, I guess the short answer is yes, there are things that should be found and returned to areas where they originated from, I guess, at some point. The challenge is, as everyone knows, if we look at the mental health issue, that's a huge strain on police services, but we're the only call of resort, no longer the last call of resort. There's no one there to deal with those things. And so our obligation to maintain public safety gets us there. If somebody else, if they have another method to come back and take away some of those types of things, certainly there's, issues in regards to licensing. I frankly am a little puzzled why the Niagara Regional Police Service is so heavily involved in licensing across the region. And we are, I believe, the only police service that does that, handles that role. It's handled by towns and cities and regions and government issues. So there are many different things that could be found, but until such time as there's somebody else that's doing these things, we're kind of saddled with them.
Okay, thank you, Chief. On page 29, and I'm almost done on this section, Chair, scheduling, and just because I'm not familiar with how we're automatically set up, but the comments made that too often shift schedules are driven by officers as opposed to be driven by demand for service. Shift schedules should be adjusted to match demand, ensure officers are on the job when they need to be, and thereby limiting the need for overtime pay. We have to move from an exclusive focus on collective bargaining and consider instead what is that. I appreciate this is under collective bargaining, but just for the benefit of the public, has this an area that's been addressed, and are we out of sync with our shifts and the demand for service?
I would think we're close, but long before I got here, there was a review conducted by a group, Coleman Consulting, where they developed a new shift schedule in conjunction and piloted it, and for a number of reasons that I won't go into, it just didn't work and reverted back to what is now a negotiated shift schedule in the collective working agreement. So I am sure that we could schedule more effectively if we had proper analysis, but the amount of flexibility that would be required and constant changes, I think, I'm not sure how you do that in a workforce where there has to be some stability to scheduling for officers' lives. And, we talk about around here, there are seasonal changes, there are day-to-day changes, there's weekend changes, short answer again is no, I don't think we're completely adequate in matching shift scheduling against calls for service. The other piece of that, though, is a big part, again, of what those calls of service are, should we be doing them.
Thank you, Chief. On item 38, it's good information, Mr. Chair, officer discipline with pay. They cite specific examples. A Toronto officer collected 5 years of salary while exhausting legal appeals despite a conviction for murdering his girlfriend. A Windsor officer.
Member Petrowski, he's going to be talking about discipline, so.
No, it was a specific question. I just wondered because our chief now is president of Ontario Chiefs of Police, and I know the idea of suspension of pay, I believe, has been on the radar screen of the police chiefs. If he could just give us a brief summary of the status of where that item lies with regards to the chief's interaction with the province and where he hopes or suspects this may go.
It has been dealt with for some time. OACP has been involved in advocating for some change to the Police Services Act. Currently, the Police Services Act does not permit suspension without pay until such time as an officer has been convicted of a criminal offense and sentenced to a period of incarceration. And that's what the law says. So there is no authority to suspend without pay right now. OACP has been lobbying or advocating for the government to open the act and make some change, not a blanket change, but make some change to that to give us some discretion. We've put forward a motion to the ministry. Our understanding is that the ministry is intending to open the Police Services Act, I believe, in 2016 at some point to make some other changes. We're hoping that some of that will be incorporated. In there, there's a very small number of officers that would involve, but I mean, certainly we would like to see those, some change made to that, as I said, some discretion.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief. I look forward, Chair, perhaps, does the chief know how close the report, which captures the response of chiefs or whomever to this report is in coming back to the board?
I have the report completed. It's not my report, it's from the OECP. I can forward it to Ms. Morton after the meeting and can be forwarded out to you. If I could, just though, in relation to the response by the OECP obviously was to take a look at the recommendations, comments, and discussion and provide some other insight. And if I could, I'd just like to read in on the bottom of page 2 of this report, which you will get, and it talks about the cost of policing, cost of public safety. And it quotes that in Police Resources in Canada 2014, a document, highlights contain the following: expenditures on policing totaled $13.6 billion in the calendar of fiscal year 2013. This marks a decrease of 0.6% from the previous year. While constant dollar spending on policing services increased from the late 90s through 2010, it has been more variable in the past few years, decreasing in 2011 and with a slight increase in 2012. It also quotes there's actually a decrease in the police officers per 100,000 population across Canada. The rate has decreased every year since 2011, according to Police Juristats, Police Resources in Canada. And the ratio of police to civilian members is declining across the country as well, and that's quoted in the report. The cost for policing in Ontario increased only 1% from 2012 to 2013. That's the lowest of all provinces and territories, with the exception of Prince Edward Island, according again to that document, Police Resources in Canada. And further, the percent change in policing costs from 2003 to 2013 was 37%, which is lower than in Canada at 40%, excluding the RCMP Training and Training Academy, and was only lower in Prince Edward Island at 22%. So, I mean, the point is not, we recognize the challenges of sustainable costs in policing, but I think you'll find that the OECP has made a point of identifying some of the comments in the AMO report that really we feel need a little bit further elaboration before they're just accepted as written.
Thank you, Chief. Because I touched on it, I want to give you a chance to respond. I cited the Ontario data that we're at $320 per capita on police versus Albertans, which are $35 less. British Columbia is $56 less. Knowing that wages represent over 90% of costs in Ontario anyway, is the result of our higher per capita costs on policing a combination of higher wages and more staffing, or is it strictly higher wages, or is it strictly more staffing? What is the factors that separate Ontario out that we're almost 20% higher per capita in providing policing costs? I'm looking at page 9 and 10. There's a graph on page 10, and the information is on page 9. Trying to get grappled. You talk to your peers in other provinces. Is police pay typically, let's say per constable, a higher wage in Ontario than it would be in British Columbia or Alberta, for example?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I don't believe so. And it may be from different environments as well. I mean, there are other areas in the other parts of the province. Other provinces have different demographics, different geographic makeups where, you know, there's parts of Saskatchewan where I think the joke is your dog runs away, you never stop seeing them. They don't need as many police officers in the geographic area or the population. But as I said in a quote that's in our document, talks about the increase. The cost for policing in Ontario was the lowest. This is the lowest of all provinces and territories, with the exception of Prince Edward Island, for the increase from 2012 to 2013. So there's no question that salary and wages and benefits drive the vast majority of what we do. I think the policing numbers here in Niagara have remained fairly constant over the past 10 years, plus or minus some. I know there was a time when they went up a bit, but certainly they haven't gone up at all since in the last 3 years, but wages have. So the wages are clearly the driving factor.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Those are all my questions in that report, Chair.
Does anybody else have any questions on number 132? Okay, I have 2 questions on it, but I think in fairness, Chief, if you ever see something coming up on a report like this from another force and you have a response to it, I think it's better we hold it and put your response in too. Correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think in fairness, that's the way it should be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I received this, this month, and frankly, I didn't notice this was even on the agenda until I saw it, and by that point, it was too late to get it to you, so I'll get this response. And again, this is just the OEC's response to some of the points. It's not a total analysis.
And that's fine, but if you have any response, I'd like to be fair and have both sides there if we can. I have two questions, but I'm going to wait to see your response. One was about the dependence on generalist officers, getting rid of generalization for officers and that, but I'm going to wait for your response before and see what that is for asking it. For anybody on the internet then, I just talked to Deb. Like I said, this is on amo.on.ca, and Deb will publish your response if we get it in time at the board meeting for July 23rd on our minutes for that, unless she gets it before then. Anybody on the internet wants to email me at the regional police or the region address, then I can give responses to that and that. But it's an interesting report. I got to compliment Member Petrowski for reading this whole thing. I thought I was the only one that read it. I know the other board members might read it as well, but with the regional agenda being heavy this week, you know, I'm amazed that you had all those questions. So, okay, next item, Member Petrowski.
Ask me how many hours of sleep I got last night, and you'd be less amazed. Chair, thank you for that. I'm going to jump, and it's a good segue to item 134, and ask the chief if he's had a chance to review the motion that's come forward from the Windsor Police Services Board. And I'm going to ask the chief specifically if there isn't any reason why this board shouldn't adopt the exact same motion, which I'll propose, Mr. Chair, regarding suspension without pay, because I believe that in any kind of democratic situation, the more voices behind an issue, a subject, the better, especially when it comes to government. And if the chief allows and agrees that this motion has merit, then I would like to present the same motion, Mr. Chair, in the form of a expression of providing support to this whole issue of suspension without pay. Chief, you had a chance to read this motion yet?
Yes, I have. I guess my answer to you would be it's a board motion, and if the board wants to make the motion, so be it. The OECP has already made their resolution known to the government in that form, so.
But I'm asking you for comments on this. Is there anything in here that, from your professional experience, is there any way that this reinforces, detracts, or just perhaps provides a status quo position to what the chiefs are doing?
It's not consistent with what the motion, which I'm already behind through the OACP, so my suggestion would be if the board wishes to make a motion in accordance with this, that I would leave that to the board.
Member Petrowski, Deb just said to me that there was a motion made at the last board on this in response to a Hamilton motion, is that correct? But Deb doesn't have it here. That doesn't invalidate your questions right now, so go ahead.
Okay, well, then what I'll do then is perhaps we'll defer this for one cycle of the board meeting and catch up on what that Hamilton board motion was, rub this against it and see where that lands. I mean, the spirit of this motion, and I congratulate the Windsor board for taking a step out and providing something, and I believe that anything that helps reinforce the public's, I guess, and I appreciate that the officers are all innocent until proven guilty,
Okay.
but the legal system seems to be bogging down.
Okay, we'll receive this for now, and Deb will put it on the
Resolutions.
agenda for next month.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions on that one? I would doubt it on 130, or Member Stewart.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one comment that, you know, as our Executive Director, Deb Morton, has said, that we did deal with a very similar position and supported Hamilton's. The Ontario Association of Police Services Boards, in which I sit on the Board of Directors there, also has a position on behalf of the boards on this very issue. They're all very, very similar, and it's also been involved in the FPAC process that the ministry is running, gathering information leading up to possible changes in the Police Services Act. So this has certainly been underway and been supported by our organization as police boards, and obviously, as Chief McGuire said, by the OACP as well. So it's certainly well on its way to being supported to Ontario government that we really request some sort of improvement in this certain act. So I just thought I'd put that out for awareness.
So all these groups that you mentioned, have they made a decision on this now, or is it in the works?
No, it's all
Okay, Deb, for our agenda for next month, you'll have all that? Thank you very much. No other comments on that one? Okay, Member Petrosi, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Jumping forward, I think we're down to my last two items or so. Item number 139, sick leave and liability reserve.
No, we've taken that off the board.
Okay.
The chief asked for it because he's got further information, so.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Item number 140, supplementary information, annual report, fraud and false pretense. Chief, just want to reach out and thank you for providing this information. I think I was looking for extra stats on exactly where we sit. Obviously, fraud is a serious issue, and to get some kind of data around how many complaints are lodged, the status of the complaints. My question, through you, Chair, to the chief, I'm trying to reconcile on page 2, Chief, the Niagara Regional Police Service received 1,511 fraud-related complaints. It talks about 1,125 complaints were suspended as a result of insufficient evidence. And the next paragraph, Chief, it talks about the Central Fraud Unit investigated 300 complaints. Could you just, for my benefit, reconcile what the difference is between the Niagara Regional Police Services as a whole and the Central Fraud Unit? Does the Central Fraud Unit, when does it determine that it's going to investigate a complaint? Because obviously we received 1,500, you investigated 300, laid charges in 66, but you read above it, 194 incidents attracted chargeable offenses. So I'm trying to understand, when does the Central Fraud Unit get plugged in and when not, and just for some more background information on how the police services handle fraud.
Yeah, we have a general order on fraud investigations. In the Central Fraud Unit, their mandate is described. They're responsible for the investigation of complex fraud-related offenses, which include fraud over $5,000, employee theft or fraud, identity theft or fraud, theft by power of attorney and frauds against seniors, counterfeit currency, and any similar instances involving fraud or false pretenses within the financial and/or business community. So basically, the more complex frauds are the higher level of investigation. That's the numbers that you see broken down there. The rest are handled by the local detective offices.
And Chief, just with regards to the comment, because the bulk of them, and it's obviously a result of the nature of the complaint, are suspended as insufficient evidence could be found. When does a decision come to the police services member to decide to suspend something that they, I mean, how exhaustive is the pursuit of evidence for fraud? And how do you get to a position where you say, well, we don't have enough information? Because, and I understand fraud's a complicated matter and everything else, but I'm just trying to get an idea of when the case is finally determined to be terminated because we just don't have enough information on it.
All of the offenses would be investigated to the point where there's no further evidence available for the officers to follow. And if they get to that point where they've not met the threshold of being able to lay a criminal charge, then the offense or the occurrence will be cleared in relation to that as insufficient evidence. I think what you'll find in many of the smaller level frauds, oftentimes they can be resolved. They might be between neighbors, they might be family. They get resolved that way. Or many of them are civil matters where people feel they've been defrauded, but in fact it's a civil contract that's been violated, and that's not something that the police handle. So they would investigate to the point where there was no further evidence to take it beyond the threshold of laying a criminal charge.
And as far as the data storage is concerned on these, does this go in the same system as where do the complaints get lodged into? I'm trying to figure out how the police services manages this, and if something comes back again, the same neighbor complains about the same person, can you pick up history on this?
Everything goes into our record management system. So if a second offense comes in, it would come in. If it's got the same complainant's name, the suspect's name, the same address, same company name. It would all be joined together when the officer conducted their searches of the records management system.
Okay, thank you. And just the final question on this, is it possible, Chief, rather than asking for this information every time, could this become part, or do you want the board to make this request part of the bylaw to bring this information forward? Because this is helpful. I mean, I think it's in an annual report, is it, we receive it?
It comes in an annual report, I believe.
Could you just take direction to include these stats in the next annual report when you do the fraud reporting?
Well, I believe they're there. I
Okay.
mean, I believe we report on that.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions on number 140, fraud and false pretense? Do you have any other questions? Is that the last section?
That's it, Chair.
Okay, any other questions on that block from anyone? Remember? We were just ended at number 140, but our block is to 151. Member Marshall?
Thank you. So I hope you'll let me run through them.
Well, yeah, you start. I apologize.
First question is on 142. Oops, sorry, no, 144. On page 3, and I would direct this to Inspector Bench. Halfway through, it says CAER is registered for community awareness and emergency response. And I asked the question whether the company responsible for the recent chemical leak was part of that CAER.
Inspector Bench isn't here, and I can't answer that for you, but we can look that up, and I can get it back to Deb or through you to an email.
It would strike me as the height of, foolishness if we're part of an organization and the people who are violating the laws aren't part of it. But yes, I would appreciate feedback on that, Chief.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions on 144? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And go to 149. And on page 2, this is the report on the licensing. Halfway down, we have a taxi cab license change. And I'm curious, are we charging the same rate as always on this? Is this result in income? And if that's the case, when was the last time we did a income to expense analysis? Because this is supposed to be a break-even event, or a break-even.
I mean, we constantly look at that and compare it to the budget, and by the end of the year to make sure that it is balances on a cost recovery basis. I can't answer the specific question in relation to that again, but Superintendent McLean's on that committee. He's on leave this week. I couldn't get Terry here if you wanted. It may have come up at the committee meeting.
May I interrupt? Member Marshall, Deb just told me that request has been made, and at the next licensing committee meeting, the information is supposed to be brought to us by Terry.
Thank you. That's good.
Okay, does anybody else have any other questions on the licensing whatever it was, 149? No one? Okay, go ahead, Member Marshall.
Thank you. Excuse me. 154.
We're not there.
Oh, I'm
That's out
in
of
the
the
new
block.
section? Oh, well, then I'm finished.
Any other questions on any of the items up till 151? All in favor of receiving these? Done. Okay, we're up to new business, number 152, the NRPS Internet Transaction Zones. Can I have a mover to put on the floor? Bob, your mic's on. Member Ganzel, seconded by Member Stewart. Comments on this, or is there a presentation at all? No? Okay, comments on this? Member Ganzel.
I just wanted to thank the service for the report, but I think it's a good move, and I fully support, obviously with discussion at the board here, in moving forward with this as indicated in the chief's report.
You done? I'm sorry. Any other questions on number 152? Member Petrowski.
Thank you, Chair. The report's good, but I'm a little bit concerned with, in the conclusion, first of all, unless I, and it's possible I missed it earlier, be advised that a pilot project will be implemented. Is this, through you to the chair, is this the first time or to the chief, is this the first time, and apologize if I was asleep at the wheel earlier, but is this the first time we've been advised of a pilot project advised for District 3?
This is in response to a request that came from the board for us to examine this and report back.
Okay.
So yes, we're now advising you that we've looked at it, and we are going to try a pilot at the Welland Station 3 District.
Okay, my question for you is this, we rely on pilots, we're gonna rely on pilot for body cams, we rely on other police services for information. We already know, look at the towns on page, the cities on page 2 of the report. We're not talking small communities in Hartford, Connecticut, Toledo, Ohio, Seattle, Washington, detachments in Chicago. We know Orangeville, Midland, which are smaller services. Public safety is obviously important to all of us, Chair. I don't understand why we have to pilot this, and why we can't roll this out right now. And if the board needs to, we will designate, Mr. Chair, where, I appreciate the chief's concerns about congested parking lots. I mean, the benefits to are 3 bullet points, the disadvantages of are umpteen. And public safety has to prevail over things like congestion in parking lots. So I wonder, just if I can ask the chief, why do we need to pilot it, and why can't we just provide this service right now, go forward with a bold decision, and provide this service? And even if we have to designate, it can't be in the parking lot of District 1, it can be on the front sidewalk. If people have to park somewhere, and they can come out to the sidewalk for their transaction, I'm struggling with this, Chief, because we rely on a pilot for body cams, and yet now we want to run our own pilot here. What's the difference with this situation, that we can't just implement this now?
Member Petrosky, can I add on to your question, if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
My comments were going to be that I understand we're starting in a Welland. I was going to ask the chief when we will start it, and I was going to give credit again to Kevin Jack from CKTV, who brought it forth to both of us, and I don't mind doing that. But my comments were going to be about St. Catharines and Niagara Falls. I understand the problems with putting it in our parking lots, especially the way it is. So I was just going to say out there to everybody, and I don't care if somebody wants to come back at me, be it mayors or whatever, but don't do these at your house. If you have to do it in front of City Hall, if you have to do it in front of the police station on the sidewalk, it's better than at your house for these things. For as example, what happened in Hamilton with that person and things like this. I understand the chief's position on this about liability and all the implications we could have by endorsing it at St. Catharines Niagara Falls. So from a chief standpoint, I get it on this. But Welland, we will try it. And if you have to do it in front of the courthouse in St. Catharines, or in a public place at a mall or something like this, do it. Don't do it at your house. And that's just me talking, and that's not the chief, but still, you know, it's safer than having it at your house doing these transactions, and I think the public gets it. We can't have liability on these things because we're not going to be the watchdog. That's why we have to watch the naming of it, and I get it what the chief means. We can't say it's a safe zone because it might not be safe unless you're safe yourself. So I wanted to expand on that for you, Member Petrosky. I get what you're saying, that we want to do it, but we can't do it in St. Catharines. And I know the layout of 2 Division, and that's a tough one. Maybe with the new police station, the chief will find it there. But I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to say that if the people out there are going to do these transactions, find a safe place to do it. And if the mayors want to come at me and say we shouldn't be saying do it in front of City Hall, I'll fight that argument with them. But do it in front of City Hall, or do it in front of somewhere that's public. Thank you.
Well, Chair, maybe I can ask it this way. Is the purpose of this pilot, which has no time frame on it, just to determine if District 3 is suitable, and District 1 and District 2 are never going to, we're not going to be able to somehow incorporate a police participation, and I talk about participation in the form of physical buildings or whatever. So I don't understand, based on the amount of information here, what we're going to get at the end game out of this. Is this just a district, is this a Welland solution basically for Welland? Because I don't see Niagara Falls residents and St. Catharines residents driving to Welland. Okay, so there's not, I guess I'm asking for more information of what the final picture is supposed to look like if this is a successful pilot.
Chief?
Well, we won't know what the final picture will look like until we do the pilot. We've never done this before, and we're going to try it, as I've explained, and I think this explains as well. The truth of the matter is, there's really zero police involvement in this. It's going to be putting out a press release, a media release, telling people, if you're going to do an internet transaction, you don't know who they are, and you want to park in the parking lot in front of the Welland Police Station, so be it. You ask about the sidewalk in front of St. Catharines, people can do that now. Any public place, they can do that. So we're simply taking a look at it to try it. We've never done it before. If it works, we'll try and find places. The challenge, I've spoken directly with the chief of Midland, Mike Osborne, in relation to that, and he can't even quantify. They can't even take a look, because they don't know, because they don't police it. It's just a parking space. And so we're going to take a run at it and see if we have positives or negatives that come out of it. If there are negatives, then we'll come back, and tell you that we're not going to do it elsewhere. If there are positives and it works, then we can try and move it on to other places that have sufficient space. But it's again, the challenge is we have to be very careful, because it's not a spot that the police are going to be. We're not going to be watching it on camera. There's not going to be a police officer looking out the window. There's not always going to be police officers in the parking lot. I guess the hope is that somebody would be smart enough not to try and rip somebody off in the parking lot of a police station.
Okay, so with the conversation you had with the Midland chief or your knowledge of the Orangeville, did either of them pilot it first?
I don't know if they did or not.
Those are all my.
Any other questions on this item? Okay, so again, this is in the hands of the press now on this. Chief, when is this pilot supposed to start, you feel?
We're hoping, Superintendent Flynn's working on some procedure and policy on it, and we're hoping in the next couple of weeks that we'll be able to get a media release out and tell people the parking lot's available at Welland.
Thank you. So the big thing I'm saying to the press or anybody watching this is that the police aren't governing this. We're putting it in a public location so that it's safer than where they are now and the police aren't going to be watching it, although they could be, so that's out there, but we're not extending liability to it. So it's common sense on everything we do here. And when the chief sends out a publication, I'm doing this for the internet more or less right now, that I think the awareness that we brought on this as a result of, again, I go back to Kevin Jack and that bringing it out, it causes people to be concerned if their kids selling a tape recorder. I guess they don't have them anymore. That shows my age, but whatever, selling anything on the internet and meeting at a spot to do it, pick a spot that's safe to do it. And if you have to use number 3 division when it comes out, fine, but if not, use common sense. Correct me if I'm wrong on what I just said, Chief.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay. So all in favor of receiving number 152? Next is number 153, the NRPS Business Plan Development. Mover to put it on, Member Stewart, seconded by Member Marshall. Questions on this one? Comments? Member Petrowski?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, when are we going to get, and I know we have a committee on this, but when are we going to have a definitive picture what public engagement is going to look like as the kind of antecedent to what we're going to be doing to form the business plan? So what are I'm even confused where we are at. I see there's a whole bunch of options and things we can do. When are we going to have an opportunity to approve or disapprove or add to, change our public engagement, knowing that there's challenges with every which way you do it?
Okay, Member Stewart would like to answer that if he could first.
Well, I will certainly, give a bit of an answer, and perhaps the service may want to add or supplement to that. The business plan process was put on hold by this board recently, and then we struck a committee and looked at it. I think what's coming out of the committee will be regular meetings and keeping us up to date with the things that are going on. Timing-wise, we need to move forward on this because it's got to be all the public vetting of this stuff, which is through phone surveys, through community stakeholder groups, through public meetings. All of those processes have to take place over the next few months. And the data, of course, has to be put together and looked at as we develop our business plan going forward. And the idea is to have this completed by December because the plan starts in 2016 to 2018. So there will be communication along the way as to which steps are being taken and how they're taken through the committee meetings. And I certainly invite anyone from the service there to add to what I've said. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other responses to this, Chief? Okay. Does that satisfy your question, Member Petrowski? Yes, thank you. Okay. Member Barrick has a question.
Thanks for that. I'm looking for when the next particular date is. I see that there is a Gantt chart in the report that gives a bit of a timeline with regards to internal, external scans, et cetera, satisfaction surveys, member groups, stakeholder groups. When's the committee meet next? I don't know who can answer that. So
That'd be at our next committee meeting on July 9th.
So the business planning committee will have a standard monthly meeting every month?
I think most committees meet as needed, not necessarily every month. There's no sense of having a committee meeting for the sake of having one. But if there was no need to have the meeting in the July, then perhaps we would have it on August. So along the way. Does that make sense to you?
So
Yeah, it's
thanks.
at Vaughn's discretion, so, or at Member Stewart's discretion, so.
So is there a date for the next meeting?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm getting at. When is the next proposed date? If it's not July, then when? Like, I see the timeline, and there's a lot of things happening, but they're just kind of happening, and when does the committee get to meet to discuss or shape the unfolding of this business plan, including the framework of how it gets done? And I see in our package the bylaw. I'll read the particular bylaw that it is. A bylaw respecting the framework for business planning. So I just want absolute clarity on that the business plan is the board's business plan. But in the bylaw, it gives a lot of authority and direction to the chief. And I'm fine with that, except that what are we saying? Is it the board's business plan or is it the chief's business plan?
It's the board's, yeah.
Okay,
Without board approval, it's not a business.
so I would look for more board leadership and more a committee date to ensure that it is in fact the board's business plan. It's easy to say that, but if left untouched, then it's going to form itself without our input.
I don't understand the response you want, but I agree.
If I could I make a comment there? I mean, with all due respect, the business plan will not be formed without the consultation of the board and without the development of the board and the work by the board. I can assure you that the police chief and the service is not going to create a business plan and just bring it forward in the absence of a business planning meeting.
Great, so I'm looking for a meeting date. So it doesn't have to be answered today, but I'm looking for regular meetings, a regular meeting schedule. We've got a timeline here of other things that are happening, but we don't have a schedule of when the committee meets.
Okay, if I can suggest after this meeting, if you want to talk to Member Stewart, and we'll put it on the agenda.
Well,
Do you want?
The minutes, we have the minutes coming up.
I would just like to add this, to Mr. Barrick, if there's a need for a meeting in July, we can certainly put one on the agenda, and you're certainly welcome to attend. To this point, we've had 2 meetings. One of those meetings was a committee meeting, which everyone on the board is certainly welcome to attend and to be there, and I think a number of us were there. We also had a meeting with the executive director and myself and some service members to actually pre-talk about the kind of information we wanted coming forward at the meeting. Now, if the board feels that it's necessary to have a meeting every month on the business plan added to the committee day, we can certainly do that. That's not a particular problem. We certainly welcome your attendance at that meeting.
Also, Member Barrick, Deb just said that there's working committee meetings and they have dates for them. Are they in advance, the working committee meetings?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what the dates are for the working committee meetings, but as a suggestion to the board, I'd be happy to report back and work through Member Stewart, because he sits as co-chair on that committee, to maybe provide an outline of the working committee meeting dates, as well as our board committee meeting dates that are scheduled, if that's what you're looking for, and we can work from there.
Sure, that's fine. Appreciate that. And part of what I want to get a handle of is the process with which this business plan is formulated. There's, I believe, I don't have a copy in front of me, but there's 5 sort of major themes in the current business plan. And so I would like to see the board, first of all, take a look at those 5 and perhaps change or amend them or add to it, and have input into it. Amen. Rather than sit back and wait for a deluge of information to say, here's, I appreciate the recommendation, but if this is board-led and it's a board business plan, then I'd like to put some themes to it at the front end rather than the back end.
Okay, Dr. Divers would like to make a comment on your question, if that's good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to let you know, this afternoon, the Services Working Committee is in fact meeting at 2 o'clock. It's our very first meeting because we were put on hold up until a couple of weeks ago. Just to answer your question too, we will be providing information as we gather it. As you know, we just finished doing the internal member survey. Now, myself and the Business Planning Committee, we're looking at the external environmental scan and the internal environmental scan. So we will be bringing that information forward. Does that help?
That helps, and thanks, by the way. That does help, and I don't think it's at a staff level. I think it's up to the board with what I'm asking, what I'm looking for, and that is that the board give direction on the 5 main themes at the front end. So when you're doing a scan, you can say, this is what the board is considering. And one of the top ones that I would suggest is something to do with more fiscal responsibility. That's not currently one of the 5 themes. And so, in fairness to you, that's not up to you to bring that forward. So I don't know, at what point would I be able to put a motion forward to say, yeah, we want to consider these themes in the business plan while these other consultations are happening?
Yeah. Currently, we have no themes or goals because we haven't even done the analysis yet. Those themes or goals, whether it's 5, 4, 3, or 6, we don't know until we get to the very end. That's why we go through the process. So hopefully, we'll be able to roll it up at that time.
So thanks. That's what I don't want. I don't want themes and goals at the end. I want a theme at the front end as well. Otherwise, it may be a foregone conclusion. I'm pretty confident of what's going to come back, and I'm pretty confident, if left alone, fiscal responsibility won't come back. I want it identified in the front. And maybe this is not the meeting to have that discussion. That's why I'm asking for thorough discussion, perhaps at a committee meeting. So I'll leave my comments at that.
All right.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Well, I see where Member Barrick's going with this. At the end of the day, I mean, the board has limited powers. The services have their powers. Our powers include policy, and in that policy framework, we set priorities. Which policies will guide our priorities? And I understand why at the front end, we are been appointed, some of us by the province, others by the elected body, others us, I guess, vicariously through the elected body. The community is relying us, well, of course, we're going to get input. The community is relying on us somewhat, especially given the amount of lack of engagement as the choice of the public in this process. But certainly I agree with Member Barrick's position that we have to start framing some of there are ultimately the board's priorities. We can listen to, we'll be listening to the public to help put the input into those priorities and whatever. But I believe that providing some guidance to the front end is much more valuable and much more, will drive a much more engagement-oriented process than some kind of end of the siphon, what comes out of the bottom. Because that can be obviously subjective and everything else, but correct me if I'm wrong, sir, we established the priorities of the business plan, correct?
It is your business plan.
Right, thank you.
So, to let you know, Deb is going to, Deb is going to tack it on to the July 9th committee meetings at 4 o'clock. Vaughn agrees. At 4 o'clock, we'll have a meeting there for everybody to bring this up. Is that suffice for this?
I'd like to speak again.
By all means, go ahead.
Just further to that, thanks, and I look forward to that discussion, but to further the points made by Board Member Petrowski and myself, because we're talking about it, I've got the 2013 to 15 business plan goals in front of me. They are, number one, maximize public safety, optimize relationships, improve communication, enhance HR resource management, and the last one is complete long-term care facilities projects. That's what we had in, right now, 2013-2015 business plan. Well, those goals are predominantly soft or qualitative items. They're open to interpretation, not well defined in terms of costing or defining success. And we had the conversation the last time you were here, if you recall. And the goals, while they're admirable, I believe have cost taxpayers a fortune. So we have an opportunity as a board to shape this new business plan. And as I stated, one of the goals I'd like to suggest is realize operational efficiencies and cost savings. And included with that would be reevaluate authorized strength, examine future of casino unit, examine closer partnerships with region on IT, HR, payroll, et cetera, review procurement policies, planned reduction of overtime, review asset management plan and life cycle of assets, et cetera, including vehicles. That's very clear and I think important. There's community consultations, I get it. Many of us represent the community, this board represents the community. We hear loud and clear on a regular basis that this is a theme. Whether we accept it openly or not, it is a theme and it is a reality in the community that we serve. So I look forward to putting this forward as a discussion item to shape the business plan, so thank you.
Okay, Member Stewart.
I would just like to draw attention to the board members in this report on page 3, item number 5, where it lists all of the focus groups and consultation groups. And you can look at subsection 4 under there, and that's us. So as part of this process, we provide our input to the service as to the things we would like to see in the business plan, and as do all of the other associations and everything listed above it. So I just want to make it very clear that the board is an integral part of the process and the final approver of any report. To your point about costs of items that we do, in the last business plan, which I was a part of, we did, as a board, get the service to take in any of the recommendations and add a column of what the costs were, because it does have budget implications. And therefore, as a plan, the community may want this, that, or the other thing, and it's been raised by a substantial amount of our community. But then the decision has to come down to, are we willing to pay for it? For example, if the community says, we need more police officers to be out on the streets and we want more police officers, well, then it comes down to, well, yes, this is a $3 million item. Do we wish to pursue this or not as part of our business plan? So those are the decisions that get made along the way. So what you're asking, Member Barrick, about costs and whatever it is, they're included in the plan, because no plan can be achieved without that. So we have goals. Within those goals, there are objectives that will do that. There's measurements that are listed as to how we will measure the success of those goals. There are costs associated with those goals. So whether this board wishes to assume the cost by adding to the budget, whether it wishes to take resources from another area to accomplish that, because our citizens believe that's an important goal, that's the decisions that'll have to get made as the process goes through. But I think that having regular committee meetings on the business plan will give us an opportunity to discuss those things. and the merits of ideas, add our ideas to the mix, and also get an opportunity to hear through the process what business associations, universities, schools, other first responders are saying about policing. And I think that's a very important part of the process. And we also have a survey random survey of the community to find out what they're feeling. We're going to have business plan public consultation meetings where the public can come and express and all that data will come together and get sorted out and say, what makes our business plan? And again, as you well state, I mean, the budget, you know, there's lots of things that the community may want, but when it comes to pay for them, they may not want them as badly as they did at the beginning. So I think that's all part of the process we're going to go through over the next 6 months. I hear what you're saying, but I believe what you're saying is being addressed in there as we go through the process. And I think at our business plan committee meetings is a great opportunity for board members to suggest things that they wish to put forward into the business plan. Because part of that process of what we want to put forward is the service to come back and be able to say, okay, here is the draft plan, and here's the proposals, and here's what they mean, here's what they cost, and we go forward. And that's the time when decisions get made and the final analysis of what we go forward with for the next 3 years and what might have to wait or what might just not be possible to do. And that's just part of the process we're going to go through. So I hope you appreciate that, and I hope even right in this report, we have our own line there, Regional Municipality of Niagara Police Services Boards. And we are definitely a part of the process and the final approver of that process. So we certainly are involved in it.
Any other comments on that side? No? Member Petrowski?
Well, I just want to add, if Member Stewart's going to point to number 5, what you've got here in number 5, and I appreciate the public, but you've got all sorts of government organizations evaluating government, social services, first responders, outside of business associations, which have a governance body, which is a form of a government in my mind anyway. These are all government organizations. So I hope we have a strong voice. We don't have service groups in here. Why aren't service groups in here? Rotary, Lions, whatever. These are all government organizations commenting on government. Are their voice important? Yes, they are. But quite frankly, that's one very, very biased and perhaps subjective section of public participation. So I hope we really underline private sector, private community, because that's all government. And government commenting on government, quite frankly, I have an issue with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Under item number 5, you're right, what's listed there, but under number 4 is asking the community and the citizens of the community for their input. And then there are also the consultation meetings where citizens can come forward. Social groups, any of the groups that you've just listed there have an opportunity to come forward and provide their input. So I think you have to take it and look at it as a whole, not as, oh, this clause doesn't include them. Well, guess what? Those people are included in other forms of consultation, from the phone survey to the public meetings. And they do have their opportunities to come forward in the past, if they choose to do so. So I'm not sure I see nowhere in this plan where some group is left out or excluded from providing input to the process. Thank you.
Okay. Are we good?
Just quickly, Chair, if I may.
Okay, last comment
Since
on this, if I can.
It's not a comment, it's a
Thank you.
question to the
Okay.
doctor.
Go ahead.
Okay. How are the consultations being presented, or what's the material? What are the questions? Can we as a board get that before it is sent out to any other community stakeholders?
Oh, sorry. Yes, you can, and it would obviously go to the business plan committee meeting before it goes to stakeholder meetings to begin with. Yeah. And if you can add to that too, like after we do the community satisfaction survey, we have a good idea of what the community's thinking on a broad level, and then we will add questions in based on that as well.
So will we see that survey before it gets released as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. What's on the floor is all of us voting on that the board approve the 2016-2018 Business Plan Development Strategy as outlined in the report pursuant to the board's framework for business planning bylaw 293-2009. All in favor? Okay, moving on to number 154, NRPS Financial Variance Overview and Year-End Forecast. Thank you, Doctor. Can I have a mover to put this on? Member Bonham, seconded. Member Petrowski, thank you. Any questions on this? Member Petrowski.
Chair, thank you. In the variance report, which so far, I guess is good news, on top of page 3, it's forecasting a favorable fuel expenditure variance, no surprise of $500,000. We've heard in the past that's a result of a projected higher dollar value for the fuel, and we've heard in the past that the region is apparently responsible for most of that number. But ultimately, I guess this board decides what number it's going to live with in terms of what's recommended by staff or the region. My direct question is this, is how do we isolate this dollar value so it can't be spent? And so it can be, because we're going to have some pretty challenging situation with the 2016 budget. How do we isolate that number now as a board and leave it somehow off to the side so it can't become part of other operating expenses and reconciliations, et cetera?
Chair, Lisa?
You have the option of asking us to do an additional transfer to a reserve for a specific amount. Considering this is a police service and we never know what, and it's still early in the year and we never know what's going to happen in case of major incidents or events, I wouldn't recommend it. As it stands right now, we'll probably have that reserve sitting here at the end of the year, and at that point, you can transfer it to reserve. So our intention is not to spend it if we don't have to. And also, I just want to clarify something. The savings is partially due to, majority of it's due to the price of gas, but a portion of it is also due to efficiencies that we put into place last year when Deputy Chief McCullough did a complete review of take-home vehicles. So we are constantly looking for efficiencies, and that was put into place. So that is part of it, and we will bring those in this year. And also, just so you know, we have the price that the region is looking at for the budget for next year, and right now they're looking at between around $1.10 is what we got today to use for the budget.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that. And you know, I'm sure Lisa agrees with me, Mr. Chair, and those efficiencies all belong to the taxpayer at the end. So I'm very happy that Deputy Chief McCullough drove efficiencies, but they belong to the taxpayer. Because the taxpayer came up with the pre-funding of all these budgets to begin with. So I look forward to that number coming back, and I look forward to this board hopefully moving it over to a reserve, and because I'm sure there won't be shortages of place to put it in the 2016 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on number 154? Member Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll address all my questions through the chief to Lisa, where I think I'll get the answer I want. The first one is on the first line of uniform salaries, Lisa. The budget for 2015 is 4.6% above the actual for 2014. I don't recall there being that big a spread between our actual and budget. Can you explain that for me, please?
I have to go back and check my notes, but there was a spread, and it was caused by, hold on, let's see if Laura remembers, because my mind's going blank as why we increased so much. But how about I bring that back to you next time, because I don't exactly remember the budget difference. I have the notes upstairs, but I didn't even think of that, so you caught me off guard this time.
Okay, thank you. Second question then is on the civilian overtime. It's not so much a question as a attaboy for management of the civilian costs. It's substantially below budget, and I'm happy to see that. There's still quite a way to go, I believe. The question, though, is on the specialty allowance, which is about line 10. And I should know what that is, but I don't. So if you would help me out.
So this is a detective pay that is paid, a CIB pay that's paid in November. So there's no year-to-date, we don't pay it till November, so we don't put it in the budget till November. So that's why the year-to-date budget is, sometimes we have, if someone retires, we have to pay them out bits and pieces when they retire, but it's all paid out. I think it's the first pay in December, but it hits our November books.
And it's,
Specialty pay, like, it's per the collective agreement. Someone in a detective position gets a little increase in pay, for their detective position.
okay, thank you. And the last question I have is the other allowance and benefits line right below that. Again, that's up 5% over last year's actual. I would have thought that it would have been based on the wage increase that we're planned, but I guess you'll get me an answer for that when you get me the answer for the wages.
Actually, I think that, because that's where special duty goes through, so special duty, sometimes we increase it, so majority, a big part of that is special duty that we recover, but I will get you details later on.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Marshall. Any other questions on number 154? All in favor of receiving this? Done. Next item, number 155, the Niagara Regional Police Service Board Budget Guidance. Member Petrowski.
Thank you, Chair. I believe in light of how the region's guidance will affect what we're doing at the police board level, that this item should be deferred to the next cycle of the Police Services Board.
Motion to defer by Member Petrowski, seconded by Member Barrick. Discussion on this, I'll just pass it. I agree, guidance is going to be discussed tonight at the region and that, so we don't know where we're going anyways with it. But any other comments on the motion?
No discussion on deferral.
There isn't? Oh, I'm sorry. No discussions on deferral. Okay, all those in favor of the deferral? Carried. So item number 156, 2015 Information Technology Equipment Replacement and Network Infrastructure. A mover on the motion that the board approves the following, and you've got the 4 points there. I won't read them all out unless you want me to, Deb. Okay. Can I have a mover? Member Ganzel, a seconder. Member Bonham, discussions on this? Member Ganzel.
This item came before our IT committee at our last meeting, and I would recommend approval of the motion.
Thank you. Member Marshall, do you have a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
On page 3, we list the items that we're turning in. Do we receive credit for the sale on these items?
Chief, do you have a response to that, or someone have a response?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I will defer the answer to Lisa. Is basically when the question is when we auction the surplus equipment, it goes back to. So it does go back to our. So Lisa did confirm that it will go back to our operating budget. So any revenue coming in from the auction.
And where does it show up on our budget?
It shows, initially we put it in all the money that comes back into miscellaneous expenses, and then at the end of the year, when we do the reconciliation to make things for the capital accounts, when we do all disposals for the capital accounts with the region, we do a process where we give them all disposals, we put it against the capital piece in the projects.
So we get credit for, I'm sorry, let me turn this thing on. We get credit for the machinery that we sell, and I assume desks, and the region gives us credit, but they give us no credit for the properties that we've paid for. Is that correct?
I don't know if I'm not sure what the plan is, so I can't really answer that question. It hasn't happened to date.
So we have not gained credit for the properties that we sell in the past,
Not
even
to
though
date.
we've paid for them.
Not to date.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Member Petrowski.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this was an in-camera item. Now it's come forward. Is that correct, Member Gansel? So apologize for repetition of questions, but not really, because the public has the right to hear the answers in the open session as well. Through you to our IT director on page 3, all the items listed under, I think, the $800,000 spend, to what degree do those numbers reflect the regular annual turnover? Are they higher, lower, or the same? In other words, are you retiring more hardware this year? Are you retiring less or the same? And how can you make that, on what basis do you make that statement?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is based on our 5-year refresh cycle. So with respect to the numbers you have in front of you, these are very focused on the branch offices, not the HQ or the new HQ numbers. So this is just to maintain regular operations based on all our districts outside of 68 Church and 110 James. So I guess I'm having difficulty responding to your question clearly, but we will have a balance of all our assets based on our 5-year refresh cycle in 2016 when we actually move over to HQ.
Okay.
But those ones are supporting our districts other than HQ.
Okay, let me ask you this then, through you, Chair. Where would I go to know what our outstanding profile of hardware looks like? In other words, if it's a 5-year retirement, I look at item 1, 140, multiply that by 5. We have 700 desktop computers in police services that are not here in 110 James or at 68 Church. I'm trying to understand 68 Church because there's a District 1 aspect to 68 Church too, isn't there? I thought headquarters is predominantly here now.
That's correct, but probably with the previous board is fully aware of this, and we've had that discussion. A couple of years ago, we had to make a reduction, a considerable reduction in capital. And what happened is it deferred our replacement strategy probably by a year or so. So it means if we actually use initially it used to be a 3-year cycle, we expanded it to support the budget and the funding and to kind of allow some flexibility to 5 years. So what that did, when the board 2-3 years ago requested us to reconsider our capital, we deferred a lot of replacements. So what I reference going to HQ, we will have a balance, is right now we have 7-year hardware that we're trying to manage, not just exactly the 5-year. So although the numbers may not add up exactly, we're trying to make a balance between what is absolutely required to replace right now. It may have, a 1 or 2% in 68 Church just to keep operations. But we're dealing with a 7-year life cycle right now instead of 5 years. So that's why the numbers may not add up, but in about a year, they will. I can give you the actual breakdown in an update report as I committed to the committee, how we're spending our money in July or August to show you the spread. But I also support the in-car computers. So you have to factor in that when we talk about a computer or a laptop, I'm also considering the cars and some inventory. So.
Okay, well, that's interesting. I'm glad the previous board looked at expanding hardware life cycle, but I'm disappointed that I got shot down this term for trying to do the same thing with our vehicle fleets.
Mr. Chair, if I may add, and I'd like to respond to that, this is consistent with the refresh cycle with the Niagara region. So we're following that.
It may be, but that doesn't mean I agree with theirs either.
No, but what we're trying to do, through you, Mr. Chair, to Member Petrosky, what we're trying to do, we're trying to be very responsible in managing our asset for a 24/7 mission-critical operation. These computers are not powered from 8 to 4. These computers are powered from 24/7 all the time. So the reliability of them over time will decrease when you compare to a non-24/7. We're looking at
100%.
hardware that is actually going to have a 7-year life cycle, not a 5-year or a 3-year life cycle. So, it's important to kind of allow us to do that as we progress with modernizing the technology, and then we'll have a more controlled forecast.
I appreciate you being flexible with technology. I just wish the services and the board would be as flexible managing automobiles as well. My other question, Chair, for the IT director, just to refresh my memory, what is the purpose of buying the multimedia storage solution?
And when we actually replace our corporate enterprise storage solution, we advise the board that we have a requirement to support a lot of the video captures that happens from other units, not just necessarily from one unit. So, for example,
Video capture, you said?
So whether it's multimedia, video, surveillance, CCTV, all that. So we had what we did is we needed to have a specialized server that can manage the collection and the retention and the archiving as necessary by detention policies. So we have advised the board that we repurpose an old server in the meantime, and when we replaced it, and the intention was to actually replace it with a modern one. The one we have repurposed is now going into its 8th year, and it's costing us a lot of money in maintenance, so we're trying to actually replace that, so.
Okay.
But it is a very specialized function to manage storage for multimedia.
Do you have enough capacity in there to manage a pilot for body cams when and if, well, I hope we don't have a pilot, I hope we go right to them, but do you have enough capacity in there to manage body cams?
No, not today. This is just strictly to address the immediate operational needs of what we have business today. If we need, but it is scalable to support the future if the board and the chief decides to move that forward. But it is scalable to support it, but not today.
Thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions.
Anyone else have any other questions on number 156? Member Marshall, did you put your hand up? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, all those in favor of the motion at the bottom? Carried. Number 157, Niagara Parks Police Vehicle Replacements. This should be an easy one, but have anybody, mover for it? Member Petrowski, seconded by Member Barrick. Any questions on this one? Member Kansel.
It is a simple question. I'm not exactly sure why we, as an organization, Niagara Regional Police Service, are involved in leasing a vehicle back and forth with Niagara Parks. I would think as an organization, they can do their own leasing. That's my question.
I asked that, Lisa can answer that for us.
We have we lease to them because we have the capabilities to, I don't know exactly why they've gotten a lease arrangement, it's not of a buy arrangement, but we lease them because we prepare the vehicle completely we buy the vehicle and prepare it for them completely. The only thing, they own their own MDT and we reuse that, but we prepare all the special equipment in there for them because we have the facilities on site. It's just been a long-standing agreement to help them, just they only have 2, and it's easier for them to get it prepared completely by our staff. Just so you know, the lease is calculated based on an industry standard because it's a norm within the service. We do, other police services do it for like the tobacco regulation groups and stuff like that. 60% of the vehicle is paid for in 2 years. Once the MPP are finished with the vehicle, which has substantial life, we use it to its maximum before we send it to auction. So for us, it's actually a win situation in the end.
And if I may, on a follow-up on that, I'm assuming the time and expense to equip that vehicle is embedded into the lease cost?
Well, that's why they do it at 60%. Yeah, the equipment and everything is 60% recovery of the entire amount we take in the special equipment as well and the time to put it in.
Thank you very much.
Member Petrowski.
Chair, I'm confused by Member Gansel's question. I'm led to believe, by the way he asked that question, is the lease is an internal lease between Party A and Party B. My read of this is that the Parks Police has a commercial lease, a legal lease with a vehicle provider. Is that, no?
It's an internal lease between us and the Niagara Parks Police, and then they return that vehicle to us, we use it, and then we send it to auction.
Okay, and you said you're not sure why they lease. Wouldn't we want standardization and just have this appear on the Parks Police books as a purchase? What's the benefit of the lease?
Because they return it to us. They do it for 2 years at 60, and we get 6% value. They return it to us, and we repurpose it and use it internally. And it's been, I mean, we can look at that option of selling to them instead if you want to look at a cost effectiveness, but I know that this has been a long-standing agreement between the two of them. They only like to keep their vehicles for 2 years. I don't know if it's because it's a tourist area and they want to keep newer vehicles out there, but it is a value to us because we get the vehicles back substantially paid for and we do use them.
And then when we use them, do they go into our pool for the amount of years work? Like, how many years are we obliged to keep them on the street for 5 years? If it's a 5-year, can't even remember, 4 or 5 years?
Again, I think Sam Patterson explained this, but that is just a guide. When the time comes up and they look at them, then we look at because we keep track of all their maintenance, We look at it and decide at that point, when the 5 years or so many thousand kilometers comes up, we look at it and we decide if we can continue to repurpose it or if it's better to sell it at auction. And that's all based on an individual vehicle by vehicle basis.
Okay. Well, I understand, Chair, why the Parks Police may want new vehicles every 2 years, but I'd like a vehicle every 2 years as well. I understand that the NRPS is absorbing them after that, but quite frankly, in these times of financial austerity, I'm not sure that we shouldn't be reviewing this. And even though they're down there where all the tourists are and everything else, 4-year-old cars look pretty good compared to 2-year-old cars. So I'm going to dive into this on my own and try to understand what the rationale, and perhaps I'll have a conversation with Mr. Scott about what the rationale is for this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I could just reiterate, Mr. Chair, that this is a win for the Niagara Regional Police Service. We gain benefit from this by this process that we go through. It does assist the Niagara Parks Police, but as Lisa's explained, it is a benefit. It's not a cost to us.
But Chair, just to that point, a benefit, where does the budget for the Parks Police come from if it's not from the same source?
Self-funded was my understanding. It doesn't come from the taxpayers.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on number 157? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of receiving this? Carried. Number 158, Panasonic CF25 Toughbook Laptops donation to the Lincoln County Humane Society. Any comments, or mover to put this on? Member Ganzel, seconded by Member Bonham. Any comments on this one? Member Petrowski.
We already I'm trying to reconcile what we're doing with some of these reports. Maybe Deb, the director, can respond to these. This was an in-camera report before, correct? Was this in camera? We had the majority of board members present, and we already voted. I voted against this. I don't mind saying in the open. I voted against this now because I'm not supporting this organization. I'm not supporting humane treatment of animals. But I don't understand, from a governance point of view, how we have a majority on an in-camera committee make a motion, have to vote on it again, Mr. Chair, publicly. I think the democratic rules would suggest if we already voted on this with a majority, this is already a done deal. But if anybody wants to comment, if Woody wants to comment, I don't know if our legal counsel has an opinion.
Member Ganzel.
Seems to me
Member Ganzel's got a comment on this. Is that okay?
I understand what's said here, and I do appreciate that we did have a vote on this. We're reporting this back under, because that's what the format has been. I think when we move to a public format for the committees, I don't believe once we pass something or make a motion and pass it at that, whether it needs to come back to the board again. I mean, that's something I think we have to at least get clarification, and maybe legal, Woody can say, if we have a committee meeting which is now public and we have an item such as this, and majority of the members are there, we have quorum, we vote favor or not in favor, that suffices and it doesn't have to come back to this board. What I was going to say, this was at our technology committee, and the only thing I was going to comment was that it was voted in favor of proceeding.
Okay, Woody, I defer to you, but I understand what they're saying, and I think we're just doing a duplication of things, but go ahead, Woody.
Well, it depends on what authority you're going to delegate to the committees. Are you delegating decision-making to the committees? That's never been the practice here. Or are you delegating discussion with a recommendation that's going to come back? And if it's the latter, then it has to come back. If it's the former, then I suppose the committee can report back to the board as to something being a fait accompli. That's never the way it's been done, and I don't think that's how what the procedural bylaw contemplates.
My question at the committees, we're going to have to go over this. We're going to have to revamp, I think, a lot of this because we have so many times we have a quorum at committees. It's a duplication of what we have to do. it's a waste of our time too. If we're gonna have a quorum, okay something, and then come back to here. But I think we have that discussion for later on.
Thank you, Chair.
So all in favor of receiving, Member Marshall? Oh, all in favor of receiving number 158? Carried. Number 159, OMERS and the Ontario Retirement Pension Plan. Any mover for this one? Member Marshall, seconded by Member Stewart. Any questions on this one? Member Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, just really a comment on the issue. This was presented as a Ontario Association of Police School Boards. We choose 2 representatives to sit on the OMERS and representing policing in the province. And this issue was raised about the implications of the Ontario Retirement Pension Plan proposal and the effect on not only policing, but basically any organization in the province that already has a defined benefit plan and the costs involved. At our executive meeting last night, and I just got an email back this morning, or on Tuesday night, I had raised this issue as the treasurer at the directors meeting, and we are sending on behalf of boards a letter to the Ministry of Finance outlining some of the negative impacts if this is fully implemented in 2017. So we have been on this one, and I know that OMERS has sent the letter that you see here, and I think AMO is also involved in sending correspondence because it does affect more than just policing. And just as an example, for a service our size, it would be an estimated addition of $1.7 million a year in contributions at a 1.9% level. And of course, the employees would be contributing a similar amount. So it does certainly have budget implications going into 2017. Right now, the ministry's had 2 messages out there. I don't know if they're just raising flags, but one of them said that anybody with defined benefit plans would be exempted from it, and another one said they're looking at including everybody. So we've certainly been on that issue and sent our position representing the police boards in the province, and it'll be on its way to the ministry as we speak.
Thank you very much for that. Any other comments on this one? Okay, all those in favor of this report? Carried. Now we're moving to the supplemental agenda, number 160. Yes.
Does this mean you will be forwarding a letter as a position of the board?
Yes. Yes, thank you. Number 160, police disciplinary process. A mover to bring it on board. Member Marshall, seconded by Member Barrick. Chief, are you going to speak to this one, the police disciplinary process? Yes.
So in accordance with the memo that was presented, number 160, you've asked for some information and provided some information on the disciplinary process. I'm going to share some information with you, not talking on any specific case or details of specific cases, but trying to explain the manner in which the disciplinary process functions under the Police Services Act.
Chief, may I interrupt you 1 second? We cannot have any conversation on any individual cases here. Just I mentioned it to the board. Correct me if I think I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, the point that we need, that I want to make is that the disciplinary process under the Police Services Act that governs all sworn police officers is in the Act. It's encased in codified in provincial law under Part 5 of the Police Services Act, and it dictates a number of manners in which complaints can be handled, complaints against police. There's a code of conduct that identifies offenses that police officers can be charged with under the Police Services Act or can face this discipline for. The disciplinary process, I think, I don't know that we want to go into a whole pile of detail on the OIPRD situation or complaints, but I can explain that briefly. If people want to bring forward a complaint against the police service, against conduct of the police, or a policy complaint against the police, they can, the document, they have to file the complaint with the OIPRD, which is the Ontario Independent Police Review Director's Office. There's a number of different ways that that can be done. If they come into the police station to file a complaint, the staff sergeant will provide the citizen with all the complaint information. It can be done in writing, has to be done in writing one way or the other. It can be mailed in. They can, there are phone numbers that we provide with pamphlets that have been provided. There's a website where all the forms, I believe, are on the site and can walk people through the manner in which they file their complaint. That complaint goes to the OAPRD office. They take a look at it, and they can make a determination as to a number of different things. If it's a valid complaint, in their opinion, they have the option to keep the complaint and investigate it themselves. They can direct it back to the local police service if they feel it's generally of a less serious nature to be examined. And at the end of the day, so it will either come back to us or be investigated by the OAPRD, and determinations will be made in relation to discipline if warranted after the investigation. Another form of a complaint is if there's an instance where a citizen, there is no citizen complaint, a citizen doesn't file a complaint with OAPRD. It's what's referred to as a chief's complaint. I have the authority to commence the complaint process. Oftentimes in those situations, information will come forward to people within the service, a supervisor or unit commander, or something that has occurred that they feel they have to detail in a report through our professional standards office that identifies what they believe that misconduct has taken place, and ask that the chief, then Superintendent Scatfeld, who's in charge of the area, will come to me with a chief's complaint document requesting or recommending that I commence a chief's complaint. Once I do that, then it goes into the investigative role again. And at the end of the day, the discipline will be determined at a number of different levels. If it's a less serious, it can be dealt with, which is again codified in the Act, in informal resolution, which can be done at the local level. For instance, there could be some of the lesser serious things like missing court or sleeping in, not attending work, or missing a pay duty. Those types of things can be dealt with at the unit commander's level for a penalty, and we have a system that we use called IA Pro, I believe. Is that IA Pro, which is a computer software database that keeps track of a number of different things and helps us to keep some consistency across the service to penalties for those less serious offenses. In the event that an officer does not wish to settle or accept the informal resolution that's come to, they have the right and the authority to request a hearing under the Police Services Act, and that too is detailed in there. On the more serious offenses, they can go directly to Police Services Act hearing, tribunal. The chief's responsibility in relation to the tribunal hearings is to appoint a hearing officer to hear the case, and appoint a prosecutor to prosecute the case. I think in the Act it actually says the chief can do that, but in I think 99% of the services, except for the very tiny services, the chief always delegates that to someone that's always an inspector or above. In our case, most cases, we've had a few inspectors that have been designated, but it's also primarily superintendents. Superintendent then conducts a hearing in accordance with the Act. They have to we have to prove the case to a lesser standard, but it's similar to a manner in a criminal case. Evidence is called, people testify, affidavits are filed. The hearing officer is in a position to hear all of the evidence relevant to that particular case. And then the hearing officer is obligated to review precedent. There's actually what's referred to as the Seisons. Paul Seisons is the editorial or piece on this particular Police Service Act, but has been recognized as one of the experts in police discipline on the Police Services Act for the last, I believe, 15 or 20 years anyways. Has what's called the 13 or 14 points that have to be considered in developing a sentence at the end of the day when there's a conviction. The hearing officer then deliberates, listens to the mitigating factors and circumstances from both the prosecutor. The prosecutor puts forward what their recommended position or what they would like to see in a penalty, what they think is appropriate, and they too come up with what they feel is an appropriate penalty based on previous Police Service Act cases, stated cases, case law. Defense counsel or the officer himself, generally they have counsel, will bring forward the same. They'll bring forward their mitigating circumstances and dictate where they feel the penalty should fall. The hearing officer will generally then, unless it's a really simple, straightforward situation, they'll often go away after that day and come back another day, and the hearing officer is then obligated to do a complete review of precedent cases, similar penalties OCPC decisions, appeal decisions, and based on the facts, come back with what is determined to be an appropriate penalty. It's important that you know that my role as the chief in appointing a hearing officer and a prosecutor is, I'm absolutely prohibited from having any involvement in the matter after that. It has to be a fair and equitable hearing, and, you know, it would be similar to, you know, a mayor picking up the phone and phoning a provincial court judge when he's hearing a case in town and giving him his idea on what he thinks should happen. As the chief, I'm not permitted to do that. In fact, I'm not allowed to discuss the case whatsoever once the hearing officer is appointed and is going to hear it. There is an appeal process at the end of the day on once penalty is delivered, but really the only person that can appeal is the officer themselves. There are some rare circumstances where a case could go to judicial review, but that would have to be, there'd have to be an absolute travesty of justice of some sort, of rules of law that were broken in the hearing. And there is no right of appeal for the chief at the end of the day, nor is there any room, any permission or opportunity for the board to be involved in the process or have any appeal in relation to that. Just review a few more of the notes here. In relation to how our hearing officers are selected, they're selected in accordance with the Act, which dictates who it can be, inspector above, as I said earlier. We provide training. They go to the Ontario Police College and take the Police Services Act course. They also are trained in the Ontario Police College Hearing Officers course. The hearing officer, there's an annual seminar across the province for hearing officers, and these are instructed by long, learned people who have been involved in the training and in fact, generally in life, been hearing officers long before that, and some of them still continue to do it. They also become a member of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Hearing Officer Committee, where they, which gives them the opportunity to compare cases and precedents and have people that they can bounce ideas off and ensure that they're on the right route. External hearing officers can be sought and appointed. Normally, the only time that that's ever done is if there's a reasonable apprehension of bias that's identifiable within our own organization. And we have used them on some small cases. It's also important to note that if it's a case that we believe dismissal may be the appropriate penalty at the beginning, the professional standards will seek legal advice on that to compare in the beginning, and they'll make that known at the beginning. If we have a case that fits that criteria, we would generally consider going outside counsel, if it's a dismissal case. Our hearing officers are very well qualified people and selected on a case-by-case basis. Generally, like I said, unless there's a reasonable apprehension of bias in that process that we have identified, then we generally do not go outside to other organizations, because other organizations have their own issues to deal with as well. The process that follows through the whole hearing process is extremely structured, and as I said, it's clearly defined in the Act. There's not, it's not kind of a soft, structured process. It's written in law, and as I said earlier, that there can be no influence, and you know, the accountability that the chief ensures. My role is to ensure that serious misconduct issues are brought to the tribunal and brought before an appropriately appointed hearing officer in accordance with the Act. And from that point, as I said, I can't be involved, and we need to wait until the hearing officer has heard all the evidence. And again, in fairness to, it's just like in criminal cases. The only person really that hears everything is the judge. They're the only person that gets all of the evidence to make the decision. So sometimes when decisions come out and they're not, they don't pass the smell test for whatever reason, as they're written in public media, doesn't always come out in the same manner. They haven't heard, the media is not reporting on all of the evidence, and they haven't had the opportunity, the media doesn't go out and review all of the precedent cases that had to be weighed to determine. The reason for case law in assigning appropriate penalties is driven largely by, if we were in a position just to, if the hearing officer just determined to heck with it, I'm going way outside the box and I'm just doing this, we know that will be appealed back to OCPC. It would be a very costly appeal process, and very likely, if it doesn't fit with the precedent cases, then it will be overturned in the end at any rate. We do have a general order that deals with this so that our people are well aware of the processes. And I think I'm happy to take any questions that you have. I'm sure some people have some questions, but as far as an overview of the general process of the complaints and disciplinary process, that's what I have for you at the onset.
Thank you, Chief. First one on the list is Member Stewart.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I just, I don't know if I missed it in what you said or not, but I'm just wondering, under the rules and Part 5 of the Act and all of that, are there rules and regulations regarding previous discipline and how long previous discipline can be kept or used in a tribunal? Or what are the rules and regulations surrounding that in the process?
Yeah, I'll turn to Jeff in a moment, but I do know that there, you know, within our own collective agreement, there's a discussion about, I think it's written in about 6 years, but are you able to answer that a little more clearly for me?
Okay, I have about 5 questions, but I know there's people before me. Member Marshall?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to question through you, through Woody. Do we not run into a double jeopardy issue in any of these, Woody?
Do you mean in terms of a member being charged with a criminal offense and with a discipline offense? No, no. The police discipline process is a internal discipline matter, even if it originates from a public complaint. An officer can be convicted of a criminal offense and can be convicted of a discipline offense arising out of the same circumstances. No, there's no double jeopardy. There's no criminal element to the discipline any more than an employee at General Motors who might be subject to discipline for doing something that constituted a criminal act. You know, same analogy, really. There's completely separate processes. So no, there's no double jeopardy.
Except that in the union case that you said, the double jeopardy does discount the union discipline that follows.
Well, it can be a factor that's taken into account. For example, if somebody in a criminal setting, for example, if somebody in a unionized setting in a factory loses their job, they were fired, let's say, because they stole some copper wire or something like that. That's a factor that a criminal court judge could take into account in assessing penalty, because the guy's already received a pretty significant punishment for the theft. But I don't. Proceeding in one doesn't preclude you from proceeding on the other. One's civil, the other's criminal.
Okay, next, Member Petrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. So I just want to understand this. The chief, you would appoint a hearing officer out of your, at a minimum level pool of inspectors?
Inspector and above, so any of my inspectors or superintendents.
And that hearing officer oversees an incident within our police force?
They would hear a hearing, yes, involving one of our members.
Okay, so can I, and no intent is meant by this, but this is our police, is that hearing officer in an investigative role? Because they're like the judge in this case?
They're the hearing, they lead the tribunal. It's not an investigation. They don't do the investigation.
Okay.
They simply hear the evidence that's brought forward by the prosecutor.
And do they make a decision?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so it's our police making a decision about our police?
It's a senior officer making a decision based on hearing all the evidence in regards to a police officer of the Niagara Regional Police Service, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. So through you, Mr. Chair, to our legal counsel, without referring to the specifics of the case, well, it was a public case, so I don't know where I would be challenged by the public.
I just have to have you watch it, okay?
Okay, no
Please.
problem.
Thank you.
But it's more the principles at play, and I'm sure Woody will remember or understand or relate to which case I'm talking about. There was a situation where a local case percolated all the way up to Supreme Court of Canada. And it was recent, it was in the last 2 or 3 years. And I believe that the finding of the Supreme Court included having an issue with a chief appointed hearing officer presiding over a tribunal and then made some kind of a decision. I just want to understand, how did that decision of the Supreme Court affect going forward this process? And if you need more, do you know which case I'm talking about? Okay.
The issue in that case was.
And by the way, Chair, I got to say, I don't know why something that's in the public media, in the newspapers, it has to be talked about cryptographically here with the public listening, because I'm troubled by talking in code language in front of the camera about a situation that made broad public national attention. It's not about the people, and even if it is, the people, you can go online and you can find the people's names, and I don't think we should be conducting ourselves as a board like there's some secrecy. Am I at risk, Mr. Legal Counsel, for divulging the case, or at least suggesting where where the citizens originated from?
In terms of what you're talking about right now, no.
No, okay, well, we're talking about the folks from Niagara on the Lake.
Okay, the issue in that case was a doctrine called the issue estoppel, and without getting into all the details of it, of the legal principle, if you have a forum where, for example, Bob and Vaughn and I are all parties to that proceeding, and there's a finding made by a judge or by an administrative tribunal, and if the three of us are parties to another proceeding arising out of the same facts, and if there's or similar facts, if a decision was made on a certain issue in the one, then it, in some circumstance, it can be binding on all three of us in the other. In other words, we don't relitigate it. The issue in this case was whether the finding of a hearing officer constituted, fell under the umbrella of this issue estoppel, meaning that a hearing officer's finding is then binding on all the parties in a court later on. For a variety of reasons, they found that it wasn't. But I don't recall there being, it's been probably 2 years since and I read the case when it came in. I don't recall anything specific. There was probably comment in it, actually, about the fact of the discipline process and the fact that the hearing officer is appointed through the process ultimately by the chief of police. But that wasn't said as a criticism. That was said as a fact in determining whether or not you can use, whether or not the issue estoppel doctrine applies. So and if you wanted more detail, I'd have to go back and reread the case, because I don't remember. So I remember that much of it, but not an awful lot more.
Okay, but at the end of the day, I felt, Mr. Chair, that the finding of the Supreme Court intimated that there was opportunity for bias because it was a chief appointed, and this is prior, I believe, to this chief's time, so this doesn't have anything to do with this current administration, but I believe that the Supreme Court had concerns about bias and not specific to a chief, or not, I think probably more specific to the fact that the hearing officer resided in the same police jurisdiction as the person that hearing officer was overseeing.
Well, no, the hearing officer in that case actually was a retired OPP superintendent, so he had nothing to do, he was an external police service, he was an external hearing officer. If there were comments on bias, it would have been systemic. Systemic bias because of the system that's in place. I don't recall the comments on bias. What I do recall is that because of one thing was there were different parties involved in the two proceedings, and the other is that the public complainant in that proceeding really didn't have his own independent legal representation, so anything that may have been agreed to or may have been found by the hearing officer was he didn't really have an opportunity to, through his own lawyer, object to it. If you'd like, I can look at it. I know the case.
No, that's fine. I guess when rubber hits the road, Chair, what I think especially some of the new members are wrestling with, and through you to Woody again, what is the board's role in this whole discussion of disciplinary process? If it's zero, then I'd like to hear from you. It's zero. what is the board's role or opportunity to participate in this discussion? I see in here a motion from the Windsor Police Services Board with regards to suspension and pay on suspension. So obviously, the board feels they have a policy role, but specific to the disciplinary process, what, if any, is the board's role as specified by the Police Act or any other jurisdiction? And I'm looking to your legal experience to provide some kind of direction with regards to that. So do we have any, I guess is the point, yes,
Well,
yes or no question?
Well, you do, under Section 31, I've got the act here in front of me, Section 31 and sub something, one of the first part of it in 31.1 says the board shall, and then it lists a bunch of things. And one of the things that it lists is, I think the last one is that you're to review the administration of the complaint system by the chief. You have a policy on that basis. You're going to give me the act, are you, so I can read it? I should have brought mine. Yeah, it's Section 31, sub 1J. I'll read. It says, 31.1 says, a board is responsible for the provision of adequate and effective police services in the municipality and shall, and then J says, review the chief of police's administration of the complaint system under Part 5 and receive regular reports from the chief of police on his or her administration of the complaint system. So you get reports on the system. So your involvement is not in terms of, you know, what happens day to day. If I can liken that to the other exclusion in the Act under Section 31.4, the day-to-day administration of it falls squarely within the purview of the chief of police under under Part 5. It's akin to an operational matter. It's not really operations, but it's akin to that, okay? So you've got the chief's responsibilities are to do that. Your responsibilities are more high level. Yes, they're policy. You can
Can we mold the complaint process?
Pardon me?
Can we mold the complaint process? If we can
no.
review it, can we mold it?
No. You're going to, what you're limited to doing is reviewing, I just read it, review the chief's administration of the process. The process is prescribed very clearly in Part 5 of the Act, and there's steps that the chief has to go through with respect to internal complaints or with respect to public complaints that originate, that go to the OIPRD. And it starts with, you know, concluding that there may be something was done wrong, ordering an investigation, and all the steps right through. There's informal resolution procedures, and then formal, and then it goes right through to a hearing. All of those things throughout, if you look at all of Part 5, the chief shall, the chief shall, the chief shall, okay? Your responsibility is to review his administration of it. And, you know, I can't tell you, that's a bit of a, not a moving target, but it's not a fixed line. You can certainly ask questions about things, anything that goes with his administration of it. Can you tell him, you know, things that are going to, as you say, mold it? He can't even mold it because it's in the Act. It's specified in the Act. Have I answered your question?
I think so. It's just a very unique situation that you have a board, and in so many other examples, you have boards who, it seems, have more participatory authority or powers in situations like this. And even more reason why I want to convene a policy/governance committee within our board. So if we can't participate, but some members of this board on a majority basis believe we can provide input to the province, because it sounds like the province holds all the strings and they're not doing a lot with their strings, in my humble opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions before I start? Okay, Chief, this is what everybody's asked me. I cut to the chase on it, and private sector, community, and everyone else. And I understand with a day of incarceration, you can fire a bad cop. But other than that, when can you fire a bad cop?
Anything that deals with misconduct has to go through the Act we've described here, has to go before a hearing officer, and has to weigh all of the events that have been discussed, and look at precedent cases, similar cases, case law, a lot of which is in here, Some of the case, as we were just talking about moments ago, the prosecutor would have to make that request. The hearing officer, whether it be an internal hearing officer or any other hearing officer, would have to take all the evidence that was before them at the time and weigh it against all those issues, look at the OCPC cases and precedent that exist, and make a determination based on the 13 or 14 steps in the act, the Seison's points are referred to as. And at that point, after a hearing, after being convicted, if they felt that was the appropriate penalty based on all of those issues that they're obligated to weigh, then they could dismiss the officer.
So let's go to an extreme, and I'll make it a very terrible extreme. A police officer is late 10 days in a row, and every day he gets warned by the police, or he's been charged 10 times over the next 2 years with being late. Simple thing, but being late. When do you pull the string and he's fired? Can you?
Well, again, it would have to go through the very same process. Obviously, the first time around would likely be I would expect some form of verbal caution or a note in the file, and then we would continue with some progressive discipline. If it became a continuous, constant issue, it would eventually make its way before the tribunal. And, whether or not somebody being late 10 times is going to get somebody fired under the Police Services Act, probably not. Not likely, and based on the history of events that are here.
Okay, so on behalf of the community, again, the hat that I'm told to wear, they are looking at this right now, and they're saying that how many offenses does it take, and I'm not going into past cases or anything like this, how many offenses does it take? You've given me your answer. Who do we go to appeal this and say we want more control over our police force? Taking it out of your hands or making it easier in your hands to write a letter to, who do we write the letter to say we want more control over this down here? On behalf of the community, we want to bring, and this is probably good for the province of Ontario too, we want to get more control over, and I'll say the word, bad cops, because good cops hate bad cops. You do, I do, we all do, and they stain the whole thing. Woody and I had a talk yesterday. Bad lawyers wreck good lawyers, stain them, and that's in every profession we're in. But I get the feeling, and the public out there gets the feeling, and from calls from people stopping me on the street, that there's never a chance unless I spend a day in jail. And in business, warn them twice, warn them 3 times, 4th time you're gone, 3rd time you're probably gone. We get the opinion, the community does, that it takes many offenses before a police officer loses his job. And I'm trying to make it simpler on you. I'm not blaming the police. And for anybody watching this, your hands are tied. So where do we go to make it that we have more control? Who do we complain to that we can start the ball rolling?
Well, for just a couple things, if I can correct, I think there's a little bit of confusion there when you talk about a day in jail. That day in jail deals specifically with the suspension with pay issue. So you don't have to go to jail to get fired. That doesn't have to happen.
Well, okay, correct.
So
Thank you.
it could be any, and in fact, there are many cases in OCPC on the site that people can go look at where officers have been fired across the province. The issue is that when we talk about progressive issues, first of all, that's taken into account at the end, but each hearing that person faces has to be held independent of its own, because that's what they're being tried on. What happened at that particular time and event? When it comes into the policing issue, there's no specific number of issues. Some of them may be completely unrelated to each other. If you have a pattern of things that are developing and the case law supports it, then you can be fired for those things by the hearing officer. There's a number of options in the penalty phase. They could be fired or they can be ordered to resign. I think it's generally ordered to be resigned within 7 days or be fired, and that becomes technical issues on why that has to happen. And I know you've said this already. I would just point out, since the public is watching, we're talking about a once in every several years case across, certainly here. We've had a couple here that have brought this discussion, I think, to the forefront over the year. But as I said earlier, 99.9% of the people working, take that oath and swear to that oath and work towards it will never, ever enter into Part 5 of the Police Services Act in their entire careers. There are those exceptions where these things happen. And part of the responsibility is it's an employee-employer relationship as well. It's not a criminal hearing, but we're guided by those things.
And we get that, and for anybody watch, I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
I was just going to finish. 'Cause
I didn't
your
mean
question,
to
No, I stalled. The part that you asked is who can you write? It's provincial law. Everything in here is governed by provincial law. The OCPC, the discipline process, the appeal process, it's all here. So if the board chooses to write to anyone, then it would have to go to, to the Premier primarily, but I guess up through the Ministry of Corrections. They are talking about, as I said, there is some belief that they are going to open the act to make some changes in other areas. And if this board wishes to make their voice heard, I suspect that the only place, it's provincial law, so it would have to go up through the Premier.
So I'm going to continue with my questions, but I would enjoy if any member wanted to make a motion that I send a letter to the Premier or somebody about this, but I'll let you think about that if you wish. My question is, our force ever, to your knowledge, or anybody in this room I'll give, fired a police officer that wasn't sentenced to jail?
I'd have to turn to these guys, certainly not in my time. They're saying yes, so.
Can you just give me a brief, not the case, what did they do? I'd like to know that there is something out there that we have done it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the ones that I recall were a variety of reasons. A breach of trust over handling of property in one case, a whole series of incidents of a very wide variety, some of which included dishonesty in another case.
So they probably would have been sentenced to jail if it had gone to the criminal system? No?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
The outcome in a criminal setting sometimes has an impact, but it wouldn't be a direct impact.
Okay, thank you for that. Time frame on records, how you can only bring a police officer's, if he's been charged, over a certain time frame to the floor. So in other words, over, I think 6 years, I think you explained to me, Chief. Why is that there? So in other words, if I was a police officer, did something 10 years ago, it does not come up. Is that correct?
Yeah, the time that you can lay the charge is governed by a 6-month statute in here as well to bring the charge forward.
I mean the record.
Yeah, there are exceptions. In the record, there's nothing, as Superintendent Scatfield said, in the act, per se, but there's a gray area, and I'll let Joe explain it further. He's done a lot of work on the discipline side. But there is a clause in the collective working agreement in this organization that brings the 6-year fact in, that it can't be brought forward after 6 years.
So it's a collective working agreement that
That piece.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you again.
No, just that piece, so that 6 years is part of the collective working agreement here in this organization. But I'll let Joe, he can muddy the waters up a little bit better than I did.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for less serious misconducts, there's something called a disposition without a hearing. And that's a recognition that for those misconducts at the lower end of the scale, there's a 2-year limitation. So if I commit a less serious misconduct and there's a disposition without a hearing, which means it's resolved before it reaches a hearing, the record of that stays on file by statute for 2 years, and it can't be referred to for any longer than that after 2 years. That's contained in the act. On more serious offenses, more serious misconducts, the act is silent on how long it can last. However, some boards and associations have negotiated agreements to limit the time that misconducts can stay in the officer's file. I believe that and we're actually getting legal advice on this right now, that it's a bit of an open question as to whether or not that collective agreement between the board and the association creates a true limitation on what can be brought forward. I think it's an interpretation because the act is fairly clear, very clear, that there's a distinction between the collective agreement process and the discipline process, that they're not to marry. So one line of logic would say then a collective agreement provision can't trump the act. But nevertheless, these agreements do exist, and they have to be taken into consideration by the hearing officer as one of the factors that they're considering when they mete out penalty.
Thank you for that comment, because right off the bat, anybody watching this or myself, I'm thinking that the police association contract, even though an officer is convicted, they're protecting people that have been convicted. I understand they stand up for people that are being investigated or charged, but once you're convicted, it's on your record, and they're suppressing that from coming to us. So I'm glad you're saying that there's a gray area there, because I would like to think that would come forward. I have a problem with the bias, and there has to be a bias, and Woody, you can interject on this, please, because when if a lawyer goes bad in your firm, and a group of lawyers from your firm are judging them, there is a bias there, no matter what you do. And I understand there's a great cost, and the chief made the comment that if you bring an officer from another force and that, then they have enough problems with themselves and that. But to have our force investigate our force, I'm not saying our officers are biased, but I'm just saying that the perception of bias is there, and that's what we look at. Am I wrong on that? Because, you know, no matter what, we don't want to hear under our own house, in our own house, that there's a problem. But I would think that the public is looking at that saying, no matter what you do, if you have your police officers investigate it, it's a problem. And maybe I'm looking at cost, on the other hand, saying it's better for us to do it. Please expand on that, Woody.
Well, there may be a perception, of bias because you've got this police service, members of this police service investigating and then prosecuting and making a decision on a discipline matter. But, if you go to GM or someplace, I mean, management there is going to make a decision on the issue. The difference, I suppose, is that if the member of the union at GM doesn't like it, they grieve it, and it goes to an arbitrator who's a third party. But I guess the answer is whether or not there is a perception of bias, the Act is pretty clear, and the case law that has interpreted the Act has talked about trying to, first of all, are giving the service the right to deal with its own discipline matters quickly and efficiently. That doesn't always work when there's a criminal charge outstanding because the Crown, as you know, has the right to direct the service to stay the prosecution. In other words, hang on to it and to do nothing on it until the criminal prosecution is done. But the other thing that is clear in the case law is that a chief and the police service management are given a right and are encouraged to, where possible, discipline their own people in the same way that, for example, management, and I'm not picking on GM, I should pick another factory maybe, but the management there discipline their own people. And I think everybody recognizes that there's always going to be a possibility of the perception that, oh yeah, police are investigating police. But it's in the Act, it's encouraged by the language in the statute, and it's encouraged, I think, by case law that's been decided, both at the OCPC level and at higher courts, too, the Divisional Court and Court of Appeal, when matters go there. Yeah, so if there's going to be...
Are we allowed in a policy, I'm going to interrupt you, are we allowed in a policy to put down that if a police officer comes to a second, if he's convicted, comes for a second offense, we require an outside force, or is that out of our hands?
Well, I think that's probably out of your hands, and I think that it may even be something that even the chief wouldn't want to carve in stone, because you've got one of the things that you've heard, and this is true in any kind of a situation where there's any kind of a punishment, where it's a criminal case where you can go to jail, lose your liberty, or whether it's a discipline case where you could either lose hours or ultimately lose your job. One of the things that you've got to do is look at everything on its merits. And, if a guy backed up, I think the other day somebody mentioned backing up and knocking a mirror off, and he takes his hours, yeah, it was my fault, and he takes his time. Well, the next time he does something that is relatively minor in the general scheme of things, are you going to say, oh, as a general rule, we're going to send it out? I think that any time, and I don't know, I have no idea if the chief would agree to this, or would agree with the statement, but from my perspective, it is somewhat problematic to try to set inviolate rules as to how you're going to deal with situations without looking at the facts, or at the outset, the alleged facts of the situation, because everything is different, just as everything is different in a criminal law context or in a provincial offenses statute context, highway traffic charges and things like that. Everything has to be looked at on its own merits, and that's where, and the procedure then in the Act allows for, in appropriate circumstances, internal, external. There may be criteria that the chief would have, and it's fair to ask if there are any criteria that are taken into account in determining whether it's going to be internal or external, because you've expressed a concern about this perception of bias. Whether it's real or not, we don't know, but the perception of bias. So it's a fair question to ask. But I would be reluctant to have anything actually carved in stone where you can't change it, because it isn't a one-size-fits-all system.
And I get it, because the example I used about being late a few times in a row, second time late, you don't want to have an outside force looking into it. But another comment I have is, in this case, in normal criminal cases, that you have the Crown and the defense coming together, they might agree on a penalty in that, but it comes in front of the judge, and the judge gets to throw that out if he wants, if he thinks it's not fair, one way or the other. In this case here, we can have trials where a police officer sits over it, and the police association or whoever comes to an agreement with it, and that's it. It's done,
Well,
unless
the hearing officer has inherent jurisdiction to overrule.
He does.
Oh, sure. The jurisdiction of the hearing officer
So the hearing
supersedes.
officer is not the one that comes to the agreement, is that correct?
Oh, no, the agreement is, oh, sorry, you go ahead.
I was just going to add, we've had a recent case here where a joint submission came before our hearing officer, one of our internal hearing officers, and our hearing officer rejected
Great.
the joint decision and sent away, and so that hearing is continuing.
Thank you. So my point is, I think that this has to be looked at by the ministry on a number of fronts that we have on that, because our forces' hands are tied by it, but I'll just leave it at that with my questions. Member Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'm looking to see if I'm understanding correctly, though, that when we're sort of dealing with serious misconduct, and I think there's a big difference, as we've already established, between, being late for work one day and other types of more serious items. If it's a chief's complaint or an internal complaint, it would be automatically dealt with through the process to the tribunal following Section 5 of the Act. But when the public makes a complaint, if I'm understanding correctly, that goes to OIPRD, and OIPRD then makes the decision of whether it's going to be investigated internally or internally. Or does the public, if they don't choose to use OIPRD, makes a complaint directly to the service? That's something I'm trying to get my head around. Thank you.
Yeah, the civilian complaints always go to OIPRD. OIPRD, though, can direct through their act back to me to order a hearing. So they take care of it all, and if they feel it's of that nature that has to go directly to a hearing with no informal resolution, they'll write a letter to me from the director ordering me to do so, and then I have no option other than to appoint a hearing officer, start the process just as if it were a chief's complaint.
And just following up on that through you, Chair, is in that type of a situation, can OIPRD also dictate that the hearing officer be from a different service or whatever, or is that, how is that decided?
Yeah, I think they can. I think I've seen that before in certain cases, not here, but where they can direct it back and order an outside hearing officer.
Well, generally, though, in that type of a situation, OIPD most likely takes it on their own rather than.
Well, they don't do the
Would that
hearing. They'll do the investigation, and then when they come to their findings, they'll send a letter to me saying that we've investigated this complaint, we believe it's serious misconduct, and we're directing you to have a hearing. In fact, I think we have one like that now, or did, an OIPRD directed hearing. And it will come back, and they can, I believe, add a rider to say that if they feel there's a reason. And again, I think, I won't speak for them personally, we can ask or inquire, but they would do the same tests that we do, looking, is there a reasonable apprehension of bias? Is there a reason to make that go to an outside hearing officer before they directed that? Most of them, they would come back directly to us.
Member Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief comment that I'd like to make is in my brief time on the board, I've read several of the decisions of the police force in dealing with police officers, and I generally have been frustrated by what I considered to be a soft treatment until I thought back and realized that they've already been mostly tried in the court of law and punished. And now the police are issuing a separate punishment. And sometimes I forget that when I'm looking at what they have been penalized. But I think it's important to keep it in mind.
Member Petrosky?
Thanks, Chair. Two quick questions, then I want to make a motion. Chief, how many officers right now in Niagara Region are in a status of suspended with pay?
I have the sheet in front of me, but I believe it's 2 currently.
2? Okay, thanks. And with regards to the Police Services Act, because I want to understand the interpretation of Section 85, Item 6. It talks about and refers to Item 1E, where the chief or board or commission, subject to section, may under subsection direct the police officer forfeit not more than 3 days or 24 hours. So there is, under Section 6 of Part of 85, subsection 6, refers directly to E, which is 3 days or 24 hours. It says if a penalty imposed under that, which is the 3 days or 24 hours, deputy chief, or other officer may elect to satisfy that penalty by working without pay or applying the penalty to his or her vacation or overtime credits. Chief, with regards to that subsection 6, under Part 85, or under Section 85, can a chief, deputy chief, or other police officer elect to satisfy a penalty by working without pay or applying penalty to his or her vacation or overtime credits when it's above 3 days or 24 hours? It's very specific that it points to Section 1E. And, well, and 2E, which is direct the chief or deputy chief forfeit not more than 3 days or 24 hours. So in other words, if a penalty imposed under another clause, not 1E or 2E, but it exceeds the limits of 1E, because 1E talks about not more than 3 days. So if it's more than 3 days, can a chief or deputy chief or police officer elect to satisfy a penalty by working without pay or applying vacation or overtime credits?
I'm not certain on that at this very moment.
No.
I hope it's self-evident, because it talks to a specific
Yeah, there is some.
term. It says up to, I read that as if, as long as a penalty is up to 3 days or 24 hours, there's an opportunity to satisfy the penalty by working without pay. I'm presuming that we can understand the act to read that if it's exceeds that, I hope the answer is no, you can't use
I think I understand what you're saying now. I think that that's used for the lesser penalties, most likely less serious offenses.
Correct.
But if an officer appeared before a tribunal or received a lengthy penalty, then
More
we
than
don't,
3
we don't
days.
allow them just to take 20 days out of their sick bank.
Well, it's actually anything more than 3, right? If it was
Or-
4 days.
or vacation.
If it was 120 hours, 140 hours, you couldn't satisfy that
Correct.
penalty out of overtime bank.
Correct.
Okay. So, Chair, I think perhaps the most appropriate motion in order would be, because there's going to be more than just the discipline aspect, and I don't expect every board member yet to have at the top of their head, maybe they don't have an appetite to add anyway, but I think what's in order, certainly, and there would be a number of bullets that would fall under it, Chair, would be to move that we direct the chair, that the minister opens the act as soon, I mean, because it's not on the table yet, that the act's gonna be open. I think it's it's out there in the space. But I think that we should be, as a board, encouraging the minister to open the act up and have special regard to this, and this, and certainly I support the disciplinary process coming under that scrutiny as well. But unless, if you want to add to where you're going specifically or what you'd like to see added, I'm open to that as well. But I think we need to encourage the Minister of Correction Services to open the Police Act sooner than later, because I don't even know how old it is, but as far as I'm concerned, it's served its useful purpose of time and needs to have another look.
Thank you for that. Can I have a seconder for that then? Member Bottom, discussion on that motion?
Directing the chair to send a letter to the Minister of Correctional Services to encourage him to open the act up for review and for our board to provide input. So of the input, I'm not going to second guess what Member Gansell wants for under review of the act, but certainly I think this whole.
Penalties based on the Police Act?
Correct. We can limit it to 1 point for now if we want to lose we can send the minister 100 letters.
I think our point here was penalties under the Police Act.
Correct.
Unless someone else comes up with something better. Member Gansell.
Unless you want to somehow incorporate the penalty into more of a discussion as to the disciplinary process and the penalty?
I have no.
Or are you satisfied with the
No, I'm open to that. I'm okay.
Because I think you need to look at both.
Correct.
It's not just
Absolutely, no disciplinary the disciplinary
process and the,
and the penalties that are imposed.
yeah,
Agreed.
I would agree, but that would be, I think, fundamental and worthwhile.
And Member Stewart said incorporate in the letter for them to review suspensions with pay and things like that. Why not? What I will do, if you agree on this, is make a letter up, put it around the board, bring it to the chief, and if it comes to a vote on the board and saying, if there's a problem with it, we will. But I'll do that over the next couple
So
of
the
weeks.
direction is for you to draft a letter now, and then for our review and chief's review and final approval.
To go to the minister.
Correct.
To open up those items that we just said.
Correct.
Everybody understands the motion. It was seconded by Member Barrick, is that correct?
Member
Member
Bonham.
Member Bonham. Any other conversation on this motion? All those in favor? Carried. Any other questions or comments on the number 160, the disciplinary process? Okay, once again, I'd just like to say thank you, Chief, on that, and for the people watching, there's 0.1 of 1% of the officers that we're discussing here, but we want to get rid of bad cops, for lack of better words, and I appreciate that coming up, Chief. Next, number 161, the Voice Radio Communication System Public Project Update. A mover to put it on the table, Member Gansell, a seconder. Member Marshall, any comments on this one? Member Gansell.
Thank you. And again, this came before our Technology Committee 2 weeks ago. And again, I move approval and support of the motion.
Any other comments from anyone? Yes, in supplementary, number 161. Member Petrowski.
Chair, I just want to reinforce, appreciate Member Gansell for chairing this and for his insistence that there's no other money left in the cupboard. And we've been reassured, notwithstanding that the entire contingency dollar value of 1-point-something million has been spent or will be spent on this, that staff are, and with the chief's supervision too, are on budget on this item. And I appreciate that, and I think that needs to be told to the public as well.
Thank you. All those in favor? Done. And the last one on this is number 162 in the supplemental, new Part 10, Police Services Act, Court Security Powers and Responsibilities. A mover to bring it on, Member Bonham, seconded Member Petrowski. Thank you. Any questions on this one? This is supplemental. 162. Is there any questions from anyone? Member Petrowski.
Chair, just wondered, does this, and I'm looking for my item, for the item itself, but the item again, does this have any impact on cost or on manpower? Because it looks like it was pre-approved vis-a-vis our June 23rd voting call, but are there any cost or manpower implications from passage of this motion?
No,
Chief?
no, they're not.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is one we pre-approved, correct? Any other comments? All those in favor? Does anyone else have any new business while we're in public? Member Petrowski.
Thank you, Chair. I alluded to the formation of a governance committee, and I've been informed by Ms. Morton that under one of our committees, we have a policy committee. I'm going to sit down with the director and kind of review what the mandate of that committee is. I'm not sure if any of the returning members recall offhand whether or not the policy committee ever sat last term. But in light of that, there's no sense in creating a second committee that's going to probably mirror what we could be doing in a committee that exists. So I'm going to defer any formation of a governance committee, because I think policy committee and governments go hand in hand. But Chair, and you may want to declare a conflict on this, I do have questions or comments, and maybe a question for the chief regarding drive-aways from gas stations.
Yeah, I guess I should. I'll step out. If you can ask that now?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Gale. So I had sent a email request, Chief, to Ms. Morton, if she could collect through the service some statistics on how many reported drive-aways there are from gas stations. I know in other jurisdictions, and perhaps you can speak to this from talking with your peers, I guess there is always the bylaw opportunity for municipalities to invoke mandatory prepays. But do you have any sense, before we've got any data, what the status of drive-aways is? That's when a person gasses up their car and takes off. I heard recently and anecdotally that a citizen, presumably of Niagara, filled up her vehicle, attempted to persuade the gas station attendant that she didn't have any money at the time, left her empty purse behind, and took off and never came back to pay. And the economics is one thing. We certainly don't want our gas station providers, be it the national chains or the independents, to suffer. But there's also incidents where people have taken upon themselves, Chief, to chase cars down and get and become I guess, defenders of public safety. Any comments you want to put at this time towards drive-away, or anything you can share with us that you know from other jurisdictions in Ontario, how they handle this growing problem?
I don't know that it's a growing problem. I do know that the numbers that we've found after some research was that it would appear that in 2014 there were approximately 239 cases in the region that were identified as gas drive-offs. We haven't been able to go into each and every one of those reports and look. Oftentimes, some of them can be people drive away and forget to pay and come back and pay. Some of them are thefts. Whether or not there's any issue, we would certainly never encourage anybody to chase or put themselves in danger. I guess part of the problem is with, from what I recall from the past, is that there have been incidents where employers hold the gas station attendant responsible for the cash, and they lose the money. So that's an employee-employer problem that I guess needs to be addressed through the companies, because that's a lot of money to somebody, I guess, that's making $10 an hour to sit there and collect the money. But from a policing perspective, I don't really have any comment on what they should do in relation to
How many cases last year, Chief?
I'm told 239, and as I said, we would have to look into each and one of those individually to determine the nature of them. They're not all going to be what we're talking about here today. I think some of them would be, the majority of them, not the majority, I can't say what amount, but a lot of them with no description or no video available or no license plate, they don't go very far because they're kind of impossible to chase down without proper identifying evidence.
Since, Chief, each of those situations could potentially generate a police investigation, or it has to be reported and everything else, do you know offhand, and I'm just asking off the top, can the imposition of a mandatory prepay be done at the jurisdiction level, or is that just self-policed by the gas station community? Do you know
I have
offhand?
no idea. It's got nothing to do with policing.
Okay, but you do agree that each of those drive-aways could potentially generate police time and police investigation time?
Each of these 239 did at bare minimum because we had to complete a report.
Okay, all right, thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Member Petrowski. Any other new business? Okay, I'd just like to compliment Inspector Dowd for the complaints I've had recently and that on the efficient job he's done on getting back to me even faster than I can read my emails. So, Chief, thank you for that. I hope it continues, but I'm surprised at all the diversity of the complaints, so thanks for those responses. Okay, we're going to adjourn now, and then we come back in camera, but we'll take a 15-minute break for sandwiches and that, and then we'll continue. Thank you.